Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Tuesday stream with everyone's favorite wearer of graphic tees, Adam Friended.
Hey, how you doing, Sitch? And we have another very special guest with us today, Ben Burgis. Ben Burgis has actually been on the show twice, and we just found out that the first time he was on may have actually been his first time ever streaming, which
And
is kind of
streaming in a
crazy.
debate
Yeah.
format. So,
So that's kind of fun. And also, he was on our 200th episode.
right.
So, yeah, so this is your third appearance on the show. And today we are going to be talking about, you had done an article on Christopher Hitchens that I was interested, that touches on critical race theory. I think the gist of the article is you think Christopher Hitchens would not have banned critical race theory in the same way that some of the Republicans are doing. So we'll talk about that. And we're also going to talk about cultural Marxism, which I listened to one video that you had done on talking about cultural Marxism. And a critique of it that I kind of made was, well, I mean, I understand a lot of your critique seems to be you're misusing the term Marxism, but my understanding is cultural Marxism means something, even if you're objecting to the way that they've redefined it in kind of the way that a lot of people object to the redefining of things like white supremacy. So I understand the complaint there, but I also think cultural Marxism means something, and I kind of want to talk about that. So I'll just let you introduce yourself, and if there's any like podcasts or anything like that you want to turn people towards, go ahead.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks for that. This is actually, I mean, I felt bad about Sitch's dig about the graphic tee since I
Look
wear,
how nice Ben looks. And then Adam's over here with his t-shirt on.
and honestly, you just caught me on the one day that I'm not wearing one. But yeah, okay. So, yeah, I'm a columnist for Jacobin Magazine. I also write sometimes for the Daily Beast, which is where the Christopher Hitchens article was. And part of the reason that I wrote that is I'd just written a book about Christopher Hitchens that came out on the 10-year anniversary of his death. Christopher Hitchens, what he got right, how he went wrong, and why he still matters. And I'm the host of a show called Give Them an Argument.
Okay, cool.
Nice.
Yeah. So I have a bunch of questions, but I'll let Sitch start off.
Well,
So,
before we talked about any of that stuff, I was curious because you said earlier, you listened to our Anna conversation, and I think I saw you on Twitter were defending Anna from a lot of the attacks. So what's your whole take on all of that?
Yeah, I mean, look, I kind of think it's dishonest not to start this with the admission that I'm like wildly biased. That she's a very good friend of mine in real life.
Nice.
I'm not like I'm not gonna, I mean, I guess if I really disagreed with her, I would probably just shut up about it, but I wouldn't be out there defending her. That would be dishonest. But yeah, I think that she's basically right about the stuff that people are mad at her about. I think that I mean, some of these have been kind of drums I've been banging for a long time. Actually, like I wrote I mean, like one of the many things that's happened since the first conversation I had with you guys is I wrote a book about how the left is too wrapped up in counterproductive moralism, right? Canceling comedians while the world burns. So obviously, I kind of started started at some of these places, and I think that and I think that it's I think that a lot of the positions that she's gotten raked over for the coals for, I think, have been really misrepresented. And and I think a lot of people kind of miss, I guess the one other thing I'd say about this is I think a lot of people kind of miss the sort of larger context in a way that sort of depressingly speaks to the way that culture war kind of eats everything in American politics and media, because everything is sort of immediately processed through this prism of like, ooh, what signal are you sending? When you say this,
true. Yeah, totally. Whose team are you on?
Yeah, and it's like I think a lot of her point has been that I think as she's kind of become more aware of the way that people end up in these kind of filter bubbles with their media consumption, et cetera, that they just end up believing a lot of stuff that's not entirely true, or is at least maybe partially true but misleading, and etc. And you shouldn't deny that for the sake of kind of signaling your loyalty, right? You could just kind of, you can have, hey, here are my values, here are my political goals that I care about, but I also think that the audience are adults, and I can kind of trust them to have all the information, and they can decide what to do with it.
Mm-hmm. Well, you have a book called Give Them an Argument, which, I mean, I admire, because obviously Sitch and I like to argue. Our whole show is basically arguing with people. And I do feel like a lot of these just ad hominem attacks, or these straw man arguments that people throw out, are really designed to avoid the argument. So I do think we kind of share that in common, that we're really about talking about the substance of what we're disagreeing about.
Right. And it's funny what you were saying, because I remember when, Anna got in trouble for those tweets she put out, almost the number one criticism that I was hearing against her wasn't necessarily the idea that she put out, but it'd be that, like, Ben Shapiro retweeted that. Some person I don't like on the other political team, agreed with you. Like, that's the number one complaint against her. And I was just like, oh, geez, like,
which is so wild, right? Because it's like, why does, sure. I mean, I'm sure the premise is correct that right-wing people enjoy watching left-wing people get mad at each other.
Sure.
Right?
Oh yeah.
Like, no question. Sure, of course they do, right? But like, and so it's in, like, yeah, they're gonna enjoy it. They might, like, retweet something that they know is going to piss off leftists as much as anything, because they know it's going to piss off leftists. And
right, of course.
That immediately becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Yep. Like, it's all dumb. I mean, I really wish, I don't know. I guess I have a complicated relationship to Twitter, because it's like a sort of feels like a kind of semi-necessary tool of a lot of the stuff that we do.
That's what I think everyone's feeling, is Twitter is this, like, weird. It's like the drug addict going back to the crack den every once in a while, but you kind of have to, because you're, like, trying to sell your wares to the crack addicts. So you're like, okay, I guess. And you're like, I'm going to try to be here and not smoke too much drugs while I'm here.
Yeah. I'm just gonna do a little bit of crack, and then I'm going.
And then I'll be home. I'll be home by 10.
Exactly. Okay. Well, the first question I want to ask was, it's kind of related to all of this culture war stuff, because how do you describe yourself as, like, a classical Marxist, and, like, how do you feel about the term class reductionist?
Yeah. So I would describe myself as a Marxist. I'm not going to give you 5 minutes of caveats. If that catches in the conversation, we can do it, right? But, like, broadly speaking, there is a view about history, and there's a view about how capitalist economies work that I agree with there. And, and I think that's, like, a useful shorthand for saying that. I think as far as, class reductionism, I mean, part of the problem with class reductionism is it's so vague, and it always kind of sounds like it's saying something that it's not quite saying. Like, it sort of sounds like when you call somebody a class reductionist, you're saying they just, like, literally don't care about anything but that. But of course, if that's what it means, it's inaccurate, like 99.9% of the time that it's applied to people. If it means that you think there are strategic reasons to emphasize class, or it means that you think that, by and large, not completely, but by and large, the sort of biggest problems with kind of injustice in advanced democratic capitalist countries are about the distribution of wealth and resources and economic power. If that's what it means, then I think class reductionism is just correct. It's good. And again, I think people who throw it around often aren't really clear what they mean, but I've gotten to a point where when I hear somebody described as a class reductionist, I'm like, oh, okay, so they're probably like smart and worth checking out.
Mm-hmm.
Let me check in for just this. Did you say that you wouldn't classify yourself as a Marxist?
Oh no, I said I would. I just tried to very quickly put a little nuance around that.
Right. I listed you as a Marxist author, just for the purposes of this conversation.
I'm totally happy.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Sitch.
Yeah, well, no, because so it's been, I'm sure you're aware, there's been a long controversy for the last few years that's sort of been about CRT and then wokeness in general around like, is it rooted in Marxism? Is it Marxism? How do you feel about all these claims?
Yeah. So okay, so I guess two things. One is that um, I would I don't think we can talk about this without just really quickly noting that um, that CRT is one of these terms that like has a sort of specific meaning. It's often used in a much broader way. I think if we get into it more, we're going to have to start making some of those distinctions. But
Mm-hmm.
if we're talking about like real CRT, like Derek Bell, people like that, people who are like real,
Crenshaw, yeah, all those people. Yeah.
sure, Kimberly Crenshaw, yeah. Yeah, people like Kimberly Crenshaw and Derek Bell, that like real academic critical race theorists. Yeah, I don't think. I mean, is it rooted in Marxism? I mean, I think if you say like, that like it's Marxism is an important enough part of the intellectual history of the last couple hundred years that, is going to be like any kind of influence on lots of things, then sure. But like the idea that people have that this is some kind of like half Marxism or semi-Marxism, or it's like, or like rebranded Marxism or something, I think is totally wrong. I think if it were, I would like it a lot more. In fact, a lot of my objection to a lot of this stuff is that I think it's not actually particularly Marxist. It's it's not. It's that it sort of positions race as having this analytical role in explaining certain things that I actually just don't find helpful. And it also just normatively, in terms of what the goal is, like what do we actually want? What would we consider a just society? Honestly, to me, I mean, and I know people say I'm strawmanning it because, I think somebody like Derek Bell kind of wants to have it both ways on this. But a lot of that stuff strikes me as saying that like the goal is that we should we should have like a much more racially diverse ruling class that like it's kind of, I mean, maybe just to straw man just a little bit, right? I mean, like we have, we should have a more demographically proportional board of directors of Lockheed Martin, and I think that's just a totally different goal than you have if what your basic objection is to like class inequality in the first place, not just to who gets to rise up the ladder, but like whether that kind of ladder is there in the first place.
So when you say so you don't characterize it as Marxist, is it
Definitely
just
not.
purely based on the end goal, or is there some quality to Marxism specifically that it lacks?
Yeah, I mean, I think when you talk about Marxism, by and large, you're talking about two things. One is a theory of history, a theory of how it is that different modes of production, feudalism, capitalism, slavery, whatever, kind of rise and fall over the course of history, and why, and how those are related to what kind of legal and political institutions you have. And the other is a theory sort of specifically about the capitalist mode of production, about how capitalist economies work. And I really don't think that critical race theory has much to do with either one of those. I mean, and to me, when I see people saying that, well, it's kind of Marxism or anything like that, it seems like what they're saying is often like, well, there's certain kind of claims where if you do a global search and replace throughout the Word document and replace all the racial terms with economic terms, then it kind of sort of sounds like Marxism. To which I would just say, okay, but like I don't understand. If you go through the Gospels and do a search and replace where Jesus becomes Hitler, then the New Testament sounds a lot worse. But I don't, I guess I never really get what follows from that.
Right. Well, the argument, to my understanding, as someone who's read way too much CRT literature, is that essentially they took. It seems like a lot of the CRT people were, obviously it's directly from it's a critical theory, so obviously it's kind of derived. And it's derived from critical legal studies, which was more explicitly Marxist. And it's, derived from Frankfurt School of Critical Theory. And they essentially took a lot of the aspects of Marxism, including the history, the lens of history that you're talking about, and kind of the oppressor oppression lens, and they kind of just took out, as you said, they kind of took out all the class elements and replaced them with race elements. And I can understand why, as someone who's a classical Marxist, you're like, this is crap. But for someone who's not a Marxist, I do think it would be fair to say, well, I mean, you could argue that replacing class with race, changes the nature of it maybe away from Marxism, but it definitely took the framework of Marxism and kind of switched it around a little bit.
Yeah, so I guess two thoughts about that. One, one, I think that like just sort of saying there's some kind of oppressor oppressed thing going on there really doesn't go very far in the direction of Marxism, because the idea that there's oppression is a thing that exists, that sometimes like one group of people treats another group of people unjustly, which is all.
Well, I meant in terms of conflict theory specifically, but
okay, but that there's like conflict between different groups, that they have there's conflict between different groups that can be described as oppression. I mean, that's like insanely broader than Marxism. Like that's I mean, surely everyone who was involved in like the French Revolution, or I don't know, Spartacus's revolt in ancient Rome, believed that there's that society involved conflict between people, where some people were oppressing other people, or like, I don't know, Mary Shelley, writing the Vindication of the Rights of Women, sort of founding feminism decades before Marx is born. Like,
well, you agree conflict theory is, I mean, that Marx created conflict theory, right?
I'm
I'm
not sure I do agree. Can you say more about that?
Like the whole idea that society is composed of these different groups in society that are kind of fighting each other over some kind of limited resource. I thought Marx created this, but am I incorrect?
I guess I don't think so. I mean, you go back to like Aristotle in ancient Greece, and he talks about classes, and he seems to think that there are different groups in society that are in conflict with each other. I mean, I guess in his case, he thinks that the sort of solution to that is kind of balancing, is like a balancing act. I mean, it's definitely not the people at the bottom like winning and reformatting society, but yeah, that does. I think that sort of claims that society involves conflict between different groups is, I mean, certainly like, I mean, there's so many non-Marxists who've believed that, including before Marx, that I just don't find associating that with Marxism very helpful or
well, right. Is there some, so like if you look up conflict theory and everyone associates it with Marx, what are they talking about? Is there some other criteria to this, or?
I mean, this is, I mean, again, if conflict theory, I mean, maybe they're using it in a more fine-grained way than the way that we've been discussing it for the last couple of minutes. But I mean, if they just mean that there's conflict between different groups, then I would disagree with people who say this. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I mean, I'd kind of want a little bit more than just like there are lots of people who say this to kind of change my mind about it.
Well, I guess I'm asking you. So, I mean, I'm assuming that you, as a Marxist, have read about this. So when they talk about conflict theory, and when you look it up, and everyone throws it at Marx or associates it with Marx, what are they referencing? I guess.
Well, I mean, conflict theory isn't really a term that Marxists use. That's not, maybe like a certain kind of Marxist academic, but I mean, it's certainly in the kinds of Marxist, either just sort of regular political or more theoretical discussions that I'm familiar with. Right? That's not a term I see thrown around. I mean, the conversation that comes to mind for me where somebody was talking about conflict theory was a couple of years ago on Enter the Void, and that guy's I think just kind of a liberal. So I don't I think that might just be different traditions of how to talk about this stuff. But like whether there's something called like I guess maybe zooming out a little bit, if that's okay. Like if you say that conflict theory comes from Marxism, and this sort of comes from some kind of conflict theory, what that sounds to me like is it's ultimately like a genealogical claim. Like you trace back some chain of influence and you get to Marxism. But to me, that's not very informative, because even if it's true, I mean, then like I still don't think that tells you very much about how to classify the end result. I mean, you trace back, Marxism itself has all kinds of influences from like early Enlightenment liberalism, but I mean, I'm sure that you wouldn't think that it basically just therefore is that, right? Like they have like,
Yeah. Yeah, no, I want to be clear. I'm not trying to
uh,
peg you to say, yes, Sitch, CRT is Marxist. That's not really what I'm trying to get at.
okay,
I'm just, and as you said, obviously Marxism had,
uh,
inspirations from liberalism, though I assume, obviously you would agree that Marx and Marxism is a critique of liberalism. So I wouldn't really say it's like within the
okay,
same,
but like
vein of it.
a lot of the stuff you're talking about is actually critiques of, Marxism, or if you
Right,
or
right,
critiques of original form Marxism, right? So
right.
so there we would have a parallel, right?
Yeah, okay, that's fair. Yeah. But
Yeah,
so, but I mean, the way that I perceive it from a lot of the CRT literature I've read is that they did, even if you don't want to call it Marxist, that's fine, but they did take, it looks like to me, a lot of the framework and structure of Marxism, and they kind of just swapped out class with race. They definitely did not seem to be taking the framework of liberalism and doing that.
okay, so two thoughts about that. One is just, for the record, I'm not yet convinced about that there is that much meaningfully, from the structure. Certainly when I've seen people before try to kind of unpack this claim in essays and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
everything that they're describing as a structure is just seems awfully minimal to me. So that's one thing. Then the other thing is, look, if you swap out class with race, then um, that's a pretty dramatic swap. I mean,
Right.
that's like you've completely changed the meaning of every single one of these sentences to the point that it's unrecognizable. And the people who say the second sentence are now ideological enemies. The people who say the first sentence, because these are competing explanations of the world.
Mm-hmm. Are you familiar with Hans Moeller? He wrote the book on prophylicity and authenticity.
No, I haven't read that.
Oh, okay. No, because we talked to him. I think
Yeah,
he is also
yeah.
he said he was a Marxist, right, Adam? Am I
I'm not
misremembering?
sure. Yeah.
Or he was a socialist. And he was kind of, we had kind of similar conversation. And he made the same argument, which is that, yeah, if you swap out race for class, then it kind of makes it by its nature not Marxism anymore, which I'm not going to argue that. I think that's fine. It's just, to me, the thing that's interesting to me, and the reason why I kind of want to make this distinction is
Yeah.
because it seems like with CRT and a lot of wokeness, which I'd all kind of argue stems from similar ways of thinking, is that essentially there's a bunch of mainstream liberals and Democrats kind of wandering around in America who have been duped essentially into thinking a lot of woke stuff is the continuation of the liberal civil rights movement, when it's not really. It's really this kind of completely different way of thinking about the world. And
Mhm.
that's kind of why I want to hone in and say, like, look, this is not, I mean, if you don't want to say it's Marxism, it's fine, but it's definitely not rooted in liberalism.
I don't know. I mean, what's the like? I part of the problem with this is that liberalism is one of those words that means really, really different things in
Mm-hmm.
different contexts, right? Like, so, you talk to libertarians and they'll tell you, no, 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 we're liberals, right? Because we're, we believe in classical liberalism, or at least like a kind of libertarian
Right.
would say that. But then, like, certainly for the last close to a century in the United States, one of the main things that liberalism means is like New Deal liberalism, which
Mm-hmm.
is, obviously very different from libertarianism. I think historically, a lot of what people have often meant, I mean, look, there's a certain sense of, there are things that people mean by liberalism that it's like, yeah, if that's what you mean, sure, I'm a liberal.
What do you
But
mean by it, Sitch?
Well, trying to maximize the freedom of the individual, that the individual needs protections from society, that the individual is generally like the most important unit that you want to focus on, and that things should be structured in terms of the individual needs to be protected from the group as opposed to the group being protected from the individual. Classical kind of John
And you're
Lockean
saying
sort of
CRT is
liberalism.
against that.
And see, yeah, CRT is explicitly against that kind of individuation.
I mean, with the possible exception of the last part, like the last thing you said about the groups don't need to be protected against individuals, and I would kind of push on what that means a little bit. But with the possible exception of that last part, everything else you just said, like, yeah, no, I think that's right. I think that that's all
So you
obvious.
agree that's liberalism, right?
Well, I think that it's one thing that liberalism can mean, and this goes to my point, because what I said when I said I think that's right is, other than maybe the last sentence, everything you just said, it's like, yeah, if that's what liberalism means, I'm a liberal, right? Like that's, I think that's completely compatible with socialism. In fact, I would argue it all gives us a
Really?
I think it's definitely, yeah, no question.
Oh, he's making my argument, Sitch.
Do you want to bring that up, Adam, now, or do you want to say that for later?
I don't, but I
Okay.
just pointing it out. So,
Okay.
yeah. So,
So-
how do you think CRT is different than liberalism, Sitch?
Well, well, first of all, CRT liberalism, since liberalism is focused on protecting the individual, that's why this whole concept of like individuals have rights and natural rights that are basically society has to acknowledge in order to protect individuals from each other and individuals from society. And CRT very explicitly says that they're skeptical of rights because they separate people, which seems to me is very similar to Marx's critique of individual rights that he lays out in the Jewish question paper.
Okay, so I might disagree with you about how to read the second one, at least. I'm not, so yeah, let's just focus on that because I know more about it. So I'm happy to hear what you just say about the other one, but I just, I'm gonna have more to be able to contribute on this. So yeah, I mean, my reading, at least, of the point of the Jewish question, very unfortunate title, really makes it sound like it's saying something it's not saying.
I mean, it's kind of anti-Semitic, but sure.
Yeah, it is. It isn't. I mean, the thing that's kind of anti-Semitic about it is in the last portion of it, he uses some analogies where he's definitely drawing on popular anti-Semitism.
He says doesn't he say that you'd have to abolish Judaism to abolish capitalism?
Yeah. So he has, again, this is the part, in the last part where he's definitely drawing on some like very anti-Semitic like analogies and wordplay and stuff that I think was pretty common at the time he's writing, and so he does this like sort of double meaning of like Judaism and but the overall point of the argument is the opposite of that, right? The overall point of the argument, he's on the Jewish question's response to Bruno Bauer, who's a young Hegelian who said that, well, if Jews want to be part of have equality in some kind of secular state, they should have to give up their own specific religion. And the whole point is that Marx, in the first part at least, the whole point is that Marx is disagreeing with that. He said, no, you're wrong. And he's arguing in favor of, equality for Jewish people without anybody having to give up their religious practices. But I think the part you're mostly talking about is where he's, the sort of, what you're saying is like the critique of liberal rights part. And here I think we might just be reading a little bit differently, because is the point in context that, liberal rights don't matter, like we just shouldn't have them, right? Or is the point in context that just securing these liberal rights by themselves doesn't really go far enough, that this doesn't really get us at like a meaningfully, free and equal society, because you still have these like underlying economic structures. And, as I recall on the Jewish question, that would be like that second one is how I would read it, right? I don't think Marx is saying like free speech isn't important or freedom of religion isn't important. He's arguing for freedom of religion against Bruno Bauer in the early part. He's saying, no, you're saying that this goes against secularism somehow, but look at all these documents, the charters of rights from the French Revolution and blah, 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 that, secure freedom of religion. So I don't think he's arguing against those rights. I think he's just arguing against the idea that having that sort of formal legal equality is enough to make people sort of meaningfully emancipated from the sort of most oppressive things about their society by itself.
Yeah, I don't. So the way I read it is that he's essentially saying that he likes the concept of what the liberals were trying to do with individual rights, but that he doesn't think it's effective at accomplishing the goal.
Yeah, right. Yeah, but I think that the question is like, is it not effective in the sense that, oh, forget that then, right? Or is it not effective in the sense that like it's not sufficient?
No, let's forget that.
Okay.
So
Well, if you're reading it as forget that, then I would disagree with you about how
Well,
to
that's the whole point of quotas and whatnot. It's saying that you can't
okay,
get there through
so
liberalism.
we're talking about two different
Yeah.
things. So you're back to, I think, critical race theory. We were talking about on the Jewish question.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I think, the way I think Sitch disagrees, right? I think the way I was reading on the question is it's not sufficient. I mean, as far as like, quotas and all that, I mean, I think there's a bigger, if you want to talk about all that, I'm happy to, but that's a new question.
Well, so if you sort of agree with my definition of liberalism, except for the little end part, but you don't think that conflicts with Marxism, what is the difference between liberalism and Marxism?
Yeah, so I think that there are a few different things that people can mean by liberalism. I think one thing that they can mean by liberalism that you sound like you're mostly talking about is this kind of broad philosophical liberalism that's like every person sort of innately has the same moral status as every other person, and they deserve the same package of rights, whatever those are, which is pretty I think at this point, I mean, don't get me wrong, there are definitely people who disagree with that in the world, but I think is sort of in some ways, I think that like since the Enlightenment, I mean, that stuff has been so influential that it's actually a little bit hard to find people in Western societies who don't kind of agree with that. But and that's like, again, I think totally compatible with socialism. I mean, I mean, tellingly, right? You figure the three Johns, right? John Locke, John Stuart Mill, and John Rawls, maybe the three most important liberal thinkers ever. John Locke is obviously a very strong defender of capitalist property rights,
right?
But John Rawls certainly is not, and gives a argument for economic redistribution that's all about starting from the perspective of the individual, which I'd be very happy to get into. And even John Stuart Mill in between is at least sort of socialism curious by the end of his life, right? So I mean, I don't think those are incompatible. But another thing that liberalism sometimes means is like liberalism as opposed to radicalism. I think that a lot of times when we talk about like even like New Deal liberalism or things like that, what we mean is like, okay, look, I'm not a crazy person, like me, right? This person speaking, right? That's like, I'm not a crazy person like Ben. I don't want to totally change our system or whatever. I just want to sort of reform it to make it a little bit more fair, right? I think that's more the kind of thing that I think people often have in mind when they say liberalism. And that one,
they mean incrementalism, not individual rights.
Yeah, I mean, presumably they also do believe in individual rights, but yeah, they're really talking about like incrementalism. Like when we use the word liberal.
So in the context of CRT, you're saying that the CRT people the point is really on the incrementalism, not on the individual rights.
Yeah. I mean, I'm in sort of a weird position here because I don't know how far I want to go in sort of defending this thing that ultimately I disagree with. But
okay, that's interesting.
But I think that one thing. But look, I think somebody who agreed with a lot of the CRT stuff that I disagree with might say, "Hey, I believe in individual rights. Ultimately, what I'm trying to achieve is a society where individuals aren't to the disadvantage."
Well, look, I know what they're trying to achieve. I just don't necessarily know if I believe in the method. Sitch, I don't want to stop you if you're on a train of argumentation here. I don't necessarily know where you're going though.
Well, I'm just trying to understand. So as I said, to me, it's very clear that wokeness in CRT is not rooted in liberalism whatsoever. I mean, CRT kind of pretty explicitly in a lot of the writing doesn't want to maximize the view of the individual at all, and wants to look at things from a specifically a collective or a group lens, even going so far as to say that not only is colorblindness not even a possible outcome of society, but that white and black people should be living with each other sort of viewing the communities as separate nation states. And this is literally brought up in, and I've brought this up a million times. This is like brought up in the introduction of, the gigantic book on CRT theory. And so it's interesting for me to hear Ben kind of saying that, well, Marxism kind of operates according to a very similar principles as kind of individual rights and John Locke and liberalism, because that's not really what I would have expected to hear. So, I mean, are you just saying that like the concept of natural rights is compatible with Marxism, which I don't disagree with, but what the natural rights are is the difference? Because obviously, most people that are liberals would agree that property, the right to have property and to have capital ownership are part of your natural rights to start businesses and all these things. And obviously that doesn't seem to be compatible with most Marxist frameworks.
Great point.
Yeah, so I think it's useful here to distinguish a little bit, because we're between like socialism, Marxism, so Marxism is primarily a descriptive theory. It's a theory about how the world is. It's a theory that makes some claims about how history works. It makes some claims about how capitalist economies work. Now, obviously, Marx himself is interested in all this because he's motivated by, he cares about ending capitalism, getting socialism, right? So right. I mean, I'm not saying these are totally separate subjects, but I just want to be a little bit careful about that, because I don't think Marxism by itself is going to make any claim whatsoever one way or the other, right, about sort of moral subjects. But if we're interested in like, okay, is socialism as a goal, is this compatible with kind of philosophical liberalism? Then I think, again, it depends what you mean a little bit. And you're clearly, the distinction you're making there at the end is definitely important, because if you're sort of talking about like narrow classical liberalism, like more or less you agree with John Locke about everything, then yeah, obviously that's not compatible with socialism. If you have this sort of very strong view about property rights, and you definitely think people should be able to have individual property rights in the means of production, right? So that you can, so it's not, so not only is it not unjust to have a situation where some people are in a position to own businesses and most people have no realistic option except to sort of rent themselves out to the people in the first group. Not only is that not unjust, but according to that kind of narrow classical liberalism, it would be unjust to do anything about it, because then you'd be taking away property that people have a right to. Totally agree with you.
Maybe the way to conceptualize it is that, like, I would talk about the goal generally of the philosophy of liberalism is for society to maximize the freedom of the individual as much as possible. And then I would imagine that the goal of socialism would be for society to achieve some level of equality. Is that what you would agree with, or would you have a different framework for that?
I would disagree with that. And I would also, again, just remind people that if we're talking about sort of liberalism as a philosophical tradition,
right,
you don't have to go very far beyond John Locke historically to find like really important liberal thinkers who don't necessarily agree with John Locke about property rights. Again, people like John Stuart Mill, people like John Rawls. And I think that thinking about Rawls is a really good way of seeing how you don't have to sort of deny that the individual person is this sort of ultimate unit of moral consideration to disagree with capitalist property relations. In fact, I don't think you should deny that, because look, we live our lives as individuals. If people are mistreated, if they have, die because they don't have healthcare, or if people have, if people have to like spend their lives as, the song says, working overtime hours for bullshit pay.
Right, but like in terms of just like what are the goals of these systems? How would you classify the goals?
So okay, so I do think that actually, sorry, let me just do 30 seconds on Rawls, because I've really been wanting to make this point. Then I'm going to directly answer your question. So on Rawls, right? So Rawls's argument is, hey, you want to know what a really just society would be? Then imagine that you're constructing a society from behind the veil of ignorance.
The veil of ignorance, yeah, exactly.
Right? You don't know who you're going to be, but you're going to have to live in the society. You don't know who you're going to be in the society. I think there's a very straightforward argument for socialism from that thought experiment. And I just want to notice, not only is John Rawls
Everyone's starving? I don't get it.
uh,
Like, why would you construct a society where everyone is starving?
yeah, well, I mean, if you as a social, I think it's helpful when you're arguing against a position to start with premises that the people who accept that position are definitely going to agree with you about. But yeah, so I think obviously we can have an argument about this, but I think there's a straightforward argument for socialism from that, and that's a view that's entirely about the sort of moral status of the individual. That it's like, hey, how do we know if you as an individual are being treated unjustly if the rules of the society are not ones that you would agree to from behind the veil of ignorance? And okay, to really directly answer Sitch's question, I think that it's I think that we should be aiming, like, I think equality is really important, but I also think that, look, I mean, even Marx, I mean, when Marx is talking and uses sort of value talk, he actually very rarely talks about equality exactly. He mostly talks about freedom. I mean, even in the Communist Manifesto, right? The free development of each is conditioned by the free development of all. And so I think that there is actually a pretty straightforward argument for socialism based on maximizing everybody's freedom, sort of consistent with everybody else having the same amount of freedom. It's just, obviously we're going to disagree about whether freedom means, we should understand freedom primarily in terms of your right to keep whatever you get from the chips falling where they may in a free market, or we understand freedom in terms of what's your capacity to control your life and the circumstances of your life. What are the things that you're able to do and not able to do in practice?
Well, look, we're in favor of that goal. Like, we disagree on the method to get to that goal. But we're diverging a bit from the topic of CRT being a...
We'll get back to CRT in 1 second. I want, I understand that you can argue, you can look at Marxism or socialism and you can kind of argue the way that you're arguing, but like if someone walks up to you in a different context, they just say, what is the goal of socialism, like, period? Like, what would be like the one sentence answer you'd give them?
Well, I mean, I might give one in terms of equality, but I might also just say, freedom from exploitation and domination.
Okay. So equality or freedom from exploitation and domination. Okay. And I see, because I would not, now I would assume you'd agree that that's not, if you ask like a liberal operating in liberalism, the one sentence answer, they wouldn't tell you that.
No, they certainly wouldn't, right? Although again, I just,
I know there's a lot of different
liberalism is a big philosophical tradition. It includes a lot.
Look, we're using our definition of liberalism, though. Maximizing individual freedom that's the definition we're using. So let's just leave all those other people using the wrong definition out.
Okay, sure. Yeah, no. I mean, although to be really clear here, what we're saying is that John Stuart Mill and John Rawls, like the two most important liberal philosophers the last 150 years, are less important for defining liberalism than you guys. So that's fine. But look.
Well, they weren't in favor of maximizing individual rights, because everything that you said doesn't really go against that.
Sure. I'm just saying, like, those are people who are, I think,
look, if you're behind the veil of ignorance and you're designing a society, I don't think that you'd want to design that society so you don't have any individual rights. Like, I think it would be top on their priority. Like, a lot of the socialists, I think, when they talk about economic justice, they're talking about economic justice in a way to maximize your individual freedom to do things. They would say things like, well, you're not really free to do things if you're sick and dying and you don't have access to healthcare. So we need to maximize your individual rights by giving you access to free healthcare, for instance.
Yeah, I don't actually think
positive rights. It's
particularly. Yeah, I mean, although I think even in terms of negative rights, because I'm a little like, look, I'm fine with talking about positive rights. There are lots of things that I think we could make sense of saying that you have a right to. But
look, we're in favor of positive rights. I think we agree on this. So I mean,
I think we do mostly agree about this. I think just really quickly, yes, I do think all those guys would say they care about individual freedom. I would say I care about individual freedom. I was trying to answer Sitch's question in a way that's like, if I just say I care about individual freedom, then that probably...
You sound like a libertarian. Everyone's going to get mad at you. I get it.
Tell people, that probably doesn't tell people very much about what I think. They have, and yeah, because we live in a political culture where those are the people who've sort of bogarted that language, right? That would
Of
be.
course. Okay, so we are getting somewhere. So it is a bit of, you don't want to be misinterpreted. Look, I totally
Oh,
respect that.
yeah, I mean, I would just say, like, again, if somebody asked me, do you care about individual freedom? I would say yes. If
Right.
somebody said, how would you describe the goals of socialism? I would try to say something a little bit more specific than
Right. Well,
so.
and
So
the libertarians
say
often
it more
say that, and they're
broad.
ideologically different from you. So,
No, for
like
sure.
you're often at ideological
Yeah.
loggerheads with
Yeah, I would
libertarians.
I would just want to be more specific, because if I made the vaguer statement, right, individual freedom means a lot of the different things to different people. And I think if I made the vaguer statement, that wouldn't really tell people why I wanted this thing rather than the things that other people who interpret it differently than me might want.
Sitch, you want to go back to CRT, or
Yeah, we can
have
go
you
back
got
to CRT.
have
Well, I
you got
mean,
your
so
answer?
um, do you agree
Yeah.
that critical theories is like a classification derives from the Frankfurt School, which was obviously,
Uh,
socialist and
we're
bent?
get. I will say
Yeah.
that my understanding is. Yeah, okay. So I think that's fair. I think that although I also think the Frankfurt School, from, on which, I certainly wouldn't claim to be, any sort of expert, so I might step on some breaks here. But
Hmm.
but but like from everything I understand about the Frankfurt School, like a lot of what made those guys distinctive is that, yeah, they had come out of a Marxist tradition, but they were really drifting pretty far away from sort of classical Marxist claims, sort of in response to a lot of the disappointments of the 20th century and the rise of
Right.
fascism, et
Yes.
cetera. And
Yeah.
so, I mean, to the point that, right, like Adorno famously calls the cops on the protesters in May '68 in France, and
Hmm.
it's like disgusted with Marcuse that he supports all that, and I think at the very least there's this sort of profound defeatism about the original goals that pervades a lot of that stuff. So again, I think you can like trace back a genealogy, but the same way that you wouldn't want to say, well, okay, you know, Marxism is influenced by something that's influenced by something that's influenced by something. Therefore,
It's liberal.
classical Enlightenment liberalism and
Right.
Marxism are exactly the same, or
Yeah.
even kind of the same thing, right? That's like,
Right.
I would be very resistant to saying that, you can trace back a genealogy of, I mean, I don't know. It actually kind of feels to me eventually like sort of philosophical homeopathy, right? That there's like
Hmm.
there's a drop there, but it's
I
been,
understand. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah,
I mean, and it's funny. We've actually had this exact argument that a lot of people on the right are now making
yeah,
that are kind of anti-liberal, who are saying, well, communism, socialism, wokeness, these all are the inevitable outgrowth of liberalism. They're kind of making that same argument. The argument that you were saying that you wouldn't like, they basically make that argument. So I'm definitely sympathetic to that. But so I mean, my understanding of this, and I guess I'm curious as to what your understanding is, that essentially, you have Gramsci coming along, and you have a bunch of Marxists and socialists who are kind of upset that the predictions Marx made about the revolutions didn't seem to be occurring. And so people are kind of looking for answers to the question. You have Gramsci's kind of laying out the idea of cultural hegemony, and that basically
yeah.
the culture is kind of controlled kind of from a top-down position that is inculcating everyone into accepting capitalism and liberalism and all these values. And then you have the Frankfurt School come along and saying, well, we need to attack that cultural hegemony, and culture becomes a larger focus as opposed to like the class struggle.
Um, yeah, I mean, I think certainly the part about. I mean, I'm kind of trying to think how much I want to sort of.
Do you
Try,
accept that narrative?
um,
That's like a
yeah,
common narrative on
it's a
what's
common
going on.
narrative. Okay, so I think I don't, and I think the reason I don't is that I am just skeptical that even if you can say, hey, here's one academic who was influenced by this other academic, who was influenced by this other academic, that like, okay, is that still the case? Is the end result of all of that it makes sense to say that the sort of primary thing going on here, right? The sort of primary motivation is best understood in those terms. And certainly when you start talking about broad cultural trends like wokeness, which, as you know, is a very vague term that means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. But like, and you start talking about big political developments, and you start, especially going beyond like even like official CRT, right? Your Derek Bell, Kimberly Crenshaw.
It does seem like this speaks to your incrementalism argument, though, Ben, because I mean, Sitch is kind of framing it in terms of the Marxists were after a revolution. They wanted to avoid incrementalism, which liberalism is a part of. And Marx himself thought that, once the proletariat was united, that they were going to rebel against the bourgeoisie. And since that never happened, liberalism kind of made people happy enough that this incrementalism just kept chugging along. The critical theorists wanted to kind of substitute something else that might bring a process that would circumvent the incrementalism that was working with liberalism, which would be the revolutionary argument that you originally made.
But that's, so I guess this actually gets right to sort of the heart of it, and I think maybe is like more useful than me trying to sort of go at like some of the individual links in this chain about exactly how much Derek Bell has in common with Gramsci or whatever. That like when you say bring about revolution, it's like, okay, well, what kind of revolution and to what end are we talking about, right? Like do you in other words, do you think it's the case that your sort of culture war enemies in America in 2023 have as their goal like a economic revolution, so we don't have capitalism, or are their goals actually entirely different from that?
Well, I do think that the goals are economic to some extent, obviously. And the goal of the original Marxists was to lose their chains, right? They frame it exactly the same way as you, as oppressor oppressed.
Okay, but I think I heard a little bit of a slippage there that you said, well, their goals are economic to a certain step, but that's not really the question, right? I mean, question.
Look, if you're talking about reparations for Oprah Winfrey, it's very hard to make an economics argument.
Okay,
right?
but it's also impossible to say that has anything to do with socialism, because that's exactly the opposite of socialism.
Okay. So there's you're saying that there's basically a divergence that's where the divergence is between Marxism and something like critical race theory.
I think it's one of many divergences. I mean, basically, I don't think these two things really have anything to do with each other.
Okay.
Except in this sort of, look, again, if you're talking about strict critical race theory as like really the academic theory, which is a much narrower thing than all the things that kind of get labeled critical race theory. But if you're talking about that, then you can, tell some kind of genealogical story that I think has some truth to it. I think some of it's more complicated and there are other influence, whatever.
Look, I think we're using completely different definitions of critical race theory.
Yeah, I suspect that that's the case, but I just wanted to say, like, look, if you want to say, if the question is there some sense in which the goals of your culture war enemies in 2023 are economic? Sure, I'm not arguing with that, right?
Well, which side of the culture war?
Well, presumably the kind of people that you're associating with CRT, et cetera, right? Like you mentioned reparations, for example.
Reparations is obviously an economic argument. So you're saying that the left is making an economic argument.
So the distinction I'm making is between saying that a goal is in some way economic and saying that the goal has anything to do with sort of traditional left economic goals.
Well, wouldn't traditional economic goals be to lessen income inequality? That kind of thing. I mean, all reparations and all, it seems like all the left-wing policies around critical race theory are to lessen economic disparities.
Well, between who, right? Like, in other words,
between black people and white people and.
Sure, but that right there, I think, gets you to one of, again, I think there's so many divergences. I think saying that these things really have anything beyond an historical sense to do with each other, I'm just not convinced by it. But I think that, like, yeah, one of the big divergences between what you're talking about and socialism is when you talk about lessening the disparities between black people.
Look, I
And
kind of don't want to get sidetracked on the economic stuff.
hold on, because I don't think this is a sidetrack. I think this is the core of the whole issue we've been talking about for the last hour.
Well, actually, the point that we wanted to make was that critical race theory was not liberalism. So this is not really the point.
Well, okay, but that wasn't the original point. The original point.
No, that was the original point. Sitch, you laid out the argument. So
okay, but what Sitch started with, what the relationship is between critical race theory and Marxism, what the relationship is between it and liberalism, came later. And as far as the relationship between it and Marxism or socialism, I actually really think this is the heart of it. Because when you talk about lessening disparities between racial groups, what does that really mean? Like, I always think about Adolf Reed has this article where he talks about going on a black nationalist radio show and arguing with the host about this stuff. And one of the points he makes is that most of the racial wealth gap is actually at the top, right? It's not really mostly a matter of working class white people having more money than working class black people. There's some of that, but it's mostly at the top. And the host says, yeah, but there's so much more white collective wealth than black collective wealth. And Reed has this funny line where he says, well, hold on, I want to hear more about how this white collective wealth works. Like, if you're a waitress in Oklahoma who's having trouble making rent, can you call Elon Musk for a donation from the White Collective Wealth Fund?
It's a good point. Yeah.
And it's so if you're talking about disparities between races, I think what you're really talking about is a matter of having the sort of different economic levels be proportional. That you have the right percentage, maybe, of black people and white people at the top of the ladder, on that Lockheed Martin board of directors or whatever. That you have the right percentages of black people and white people living in poverty rather than it being disproportionately black, which is just a fundamentally different goal from ripping down that economic structure.
Well, part of it though with critical.
Oh, sorry, you were saying
part of it with critical race theory is also critical race theory makes a claim about what is causing the wealth disparity. That has to do with white supremacy and whites oppressing blacks. That fits into kind of the Marxist framework.
Well, if by the Marxist framework you mean somebody is oppressing somebody, then sure. But one of the first arguments I made at the beginning of the discussion was that I think that framework predates Karl Marx by like most of human history, and it certainly exists independently of Marxism in myriad forms. And I would say, when you say, like, one of my problems with the way people often will throw around terms like white supremacy is it's so vague, and it sort of suggests a few different things at once without always being clear which one you mean. And there's a sense in which I think it's true that that I think economic disparities, I don't think it's like a coincidence that within living memory, for our parents' generation, we had racial apartheid in a lot of the United States, and that there are these, economic disparities now. I don't think those things are unrelated. I think there's a historical relationship between them.
Do you think that critical race theory makes the declaration that whites are oppressing black people, that the wealth disparities that exist in society today are a product of racism?
Yeah, and I think that to the extent that what they mean is the first thing, then I think they've maybe got a defensible case. To the extent that what they mean is something like the P plus P definition of racism, right? Prejudice plus power, then I think it's way more dubious, because I don't actually think that that's the sort of main,
So you disagree with them?
Yeah, no,
okay.
I really hope it's been clear.
So look, we're an hour and 15 minutes in. I'm just trying to get things on track here. Look, you wrote an article, and you made a declaration in the article that Christopher Hitchens would not be in favor of banning CRT. And I went back and I read the article before this conversation, and I guess some of the bills talk about banning divisive concepts, right? Would you consider creationism a divisive concept?
Yeah, but I don't think that's why you shouldn't teach it.
Okay, so creationism is a divisive concept. Do you think Christopher Hitchens would be in favor of banning creationism?
I think, I maybe would. I actually don't think Hitchens would. And the reason I say that is primarily that I think I've actually seen places where he says that he wouldn't. But I think that...
So do you think Christopher Hitchens would be in favor of teaching creationism in public schools if the teachers were teaching it as if it was fact, as if it was true?
Yeah, so I think it's probably not going to be a useful way to have this conversation to sort of do the sort of big Socratic buildup. Like, I think we could just kind of say, say what we think, and and if you think, oh,
well, look, I'm making a point here, and it sounds like you agree with me that Christopher Hitchens would ban something that was being taught that was factually incorrect, like creationism, in public schools. Like, I understand that the language divisive concept is
so I think
nebulous.
This is why I think it's really useful to just sort of make the argument, and then if you want to say, hey, here's why I think that argument would apply to creationism, we can have that discussion. I think that I think that basically anti-CRT laws, and I know you guys are Blocked and Reported fans. If you've listened to the episodes of that show where they talk about the anti-CRT laws, what you'll hear them say is that basically they fall into two categories. Some of the anti-CRT laws are just purely performative. They're redundantly rebanning things that would have already been illegal anyway, like sort of forcing students to affirm, beliefs and, things that, et cetera, that political statements that would already be illegal under other laws. And then.
So you don't object to that, obviously, because they're already illegal, right?
Yeah, I think some of them are just dumb and performative, but they're not going to do any damage. I think the ones that I'm worried about are the ones that aren't redundant. And what I would worry about there, and again, I think if you listen to these episodes, they do a good job of sort of breaking down a lot of the details of these, and it's helpful. Is that none of them, that like they tend to be written, a lot of these, in such a vague way that I think there's going to be a real chilling effect on even broaching certain topics, because it's so unclear what would actually break the law, that if you're a teacher who doesn't want to get into trouble, the sort of path of least resistance is to just like entirely steer clear of subjects that
Look, I agree. I totally agree with you there. And the divisive concepts.
Completely.
Well, I'll let you speak. Okay. Let me just finish. Look, yeah. I think the point that I want to make is, and look, I'm not trying to gotcha you, Ben. I'm really not. Look, I think Christopher Hitchens obviously would have been in favor of banning things like creationism if it was being taught as it was fact in public schools, because it's not factual. So if you're looking at CRT, the question that we have to ask is, are they teaching stuff that is kind of CRT-ish? I know a lot of people object to, they think, okay, well, this white privilege walk stuff is not necessarily CRT. If you don't want to call it CRT, you can call it whiteness studies, whatever it is. If that thing that they're teaching is not based in reality, is not factually correct, and we can have a conversation about that, I think Christopher Hitchens would have been in favor of banning it. I don't think people should be teaching stuff in school that is not objectively true or correct, and that was Christopher Hitchens' message. So
yeah, so I disagree with I think most of the components of that. So let me just run through that really quickly. So I think that I think context matters a lot, and one of the reasons that I'm not that moved by that analogy to creationism is that I think that the sort of context of like humanities kinds of classes, social studies, literature, etc., is very different from the context of science classes. And putting aside what Hitchens' position was, which I guess we can go back and look at the things that he's written about this, but but my position would be, if you had like a philosophy class, we generally, if we're living in France, everybody would be taking that in high school, and the US not so much. But like if you have like outside of like some private schools and stuff, if you have like a philosophy class in high school, and I would have no problem whatsoever with people reading like arguments for the existence of God, like Alvin Plantinga or Thomas Aquinas or something in a high school philosophy class. I think the problem is in a science class. I think that the objection about creationism is about standards of scientific rigor, And I guess part of the question here, just really quickly, might be like, what do you think the goal is of a school? What do you think the goal is of these classes? And, if one of the big things that we're trying to do with public education is to make people, better citizens in a democracy, that I think, I think encouraging critical thinking skills is important. And that's one of the reasons I've said, when I've written about this a couple times, that even though I actually disagree about tons of stuff with people like Derek Bell, like if you took one of those, I mean, I don't think it's very good literature, but if you took one of those like Derek Bell short stories to like illustrate some of his ideas and like plunked that into an English or social studies class, I would have no problem with that whatsoever. I think that
let me ask you a question, Ben.
Sure.
If you could teach a story to people as factually correct, that was complete lies, okay? And it doubled people's critical reasoning skills. Should we teach that class?
No, but I think that the way that a good teacher should be presenting texts that you're reading in anything like a social studies, history, English, etc. I think that the way, like any kind of primary sources that you're reading there, or really anytime you're talking about just controversial ideas, I don't think that the sort of role of a good teacher is to tell people exactly what they should think about those controversial ideas.
Look, I agree, but my point is that there are fact claims inside critical race theory that I think are factually incorrect and do not belong in the classroom. So, Sitch, you said you disagreed with me, but go ahead.
So really quickly on the Hitchens point, just because this was all introduced with him,
right?
One half of the reason that I was thinking about this was right in the Hitchens book. One half of the reason I think that there are lots of things I have no idea where it would have come down on, but one half of the reason I'm pretty confident about this one is about some of his, like very strong defenses of the idea that we want to have sort of open discussion about controversial ideas and all that. But the other half is that he would agree actually much more than I would, I think, with a lot of the factual claims you're objected to. I mean, Christopher Hitchens supported reparations. You can watch a debate from like late 2001 about it. There's like an anthology about reparations that he's in. I mean, a lot of the stuff that he said about that, I think that he would actually be closer to their side than even me, and definitely you.
Well, so I think a better comparison than creationism to teaching CRT would be Nazism, because my issue with it's like, so if you have kids and they're in history class in high school and they're learning about World War II, I don't have a problem with the teacher saying like, talking about like the Nazis, and you have to explain what the Nazis believe so that you can understand the context of what the war is. But we're not sitting there thinking, well, the teacher is actually a secret Nazi. The teacher is advocating for the, Nazistic thinking or policies. We don't really have that concern. If we did have a concern that there were a bunch of Nazis infiltrating our school, then I think we would be a lot more hesitant to, well, maybe we shouldn't be spending a lot of time talking about what the Nazis believe. Maybe we should be looking at to make sure that there aren't specific concepts of Nazism that are being snuck into other elements of the teaching, such as, blood and soil arguments or race realism arguments or something to that effect. And the problem I have with CRT, or just CRT concepts being taught in school, is because it does seem like a lot of the people that are pushing this do believe in CRT. They're not just simply saying like, well, here's a descriptive thing, here's one of many philosophies, and let me describe it to you the way you would in like, a college or maybe even at a high-level high school philosophy class. This stuff is taught prescriptively as if this is true.
Yeah. So I think one thing I'd say about that is that I am skeptical about how much stuff that at a lot of these places was ever in a high school classroom. Mm-hmm. It's really that similar to CRT. I think that's actually one of the reasons to worry about a chilling effect, because it's not like, oh, well, we had Derek Bell in the curriculum before and now we'll just take it out because the state legislature says to. It's that like, oh, they're like very upset and they want us to, and they have this really vaguely worded law that we now have to abide by. Shit, what do we do to abide by it? And that is, I think, something that, I think makes schools less places that are open to people thinking about ideas and developing critical thinking skills and all that. So that's one thing. I think that, and I'm certainly not denying that.
You don't think they talk about white supremacy in school? I mean, they talk about it in popular culture all the time. They brought it up in the Barbie movie. I mean, come on.
Well, this is part of the first thing I was saying, that I think about how
it's separated from Marxism, is what you're saying,
or CRT specifically.
No. I mean, we're not talking about Marxism at all right now. I think, right?
Okay.
I think about CRT. Right? They have that I don't think I don't think like. I think it's probably unhelpfully overextending the concept of CRT to say like any mention of white supremacy counts as CRT. But I'm certainly.
Well, I mean, how are you defining CRT? Just like a simple definition.
So wait. Okay, there's a couple of things. First of all, I just want to be clear. When you say critical thinking, you mean it in a classical sense. You don't mean like critical theory sense, right? Just to be clear.
I mean like critical thinking, like you're good at interrogating ideas.
Okay, yeah. Just want to make sure. Okay, so to what you're saying, Adam. Obviously, we can talk about white supremacy. It has nothing to do with CRT. If you're talking about like slavery or Nazism or something to that effect, is obviously this idea that white people have some kind of race realist supremacist position over non-white people. But then if it's talked about in terms of like we currently live in a white supremacist society and we are kind of inculcated with white supremacy, and let me talk to you all about how there's like all this stuff is still inherent in our system.
Properties of whiteness. Yeah.
Right. Then that is when we're straying into the CRT territory. So that would be the difference.
Yeah. So I think that, part of the difference between us here might be that even though I think I disagree with a lot of actual CRT and a lot of the stuff that you're kind of associating with CRT, although to the extent that CRT is like this thing that comes out of critical legal studies, that's this sort of, theoretical framework. I worry about how wide we're casting the net, but I think another difference is just like, I think resist the Nazi analogy. I think that even, I think, I don't know, I disagree with a lot of stuff that I don't think is as bad as the Nazis. And
he's not saying,
I'm not saying it. Yeah, I'm not saying it is that. I'm just saying, if there's some philosophy that I think is very against the philosophy I like and the philosophy against, liberalism and American values, I don't really want that being taught prescriptively in school by people who I think want it to replace and supplant the American philosophy.
This is why I used creationism, Sitch, because it's like less offensive.
Well, but this is the point though, that if you're saying, I think the sort of force of the Nazi analogy is here's something that's so bad that we sort of think it should be outside of the conversation, that this is something we should just kind of have a taboo about, where like this is sort of off limits. We've all decided.
Well, why is Nazism so bad?
That's I think, why is Nazism so bad? Okay, so I think that I think genocide is really bad. I think that I think there are probably a lot of reasons.
Well, you can say with genocide's fine. It's a philosophy that's obviously led to widespread genocide, right?
You agree. Hold on, just 1 second.
Okay,
look,
sure.
You also agree, like creationism is not sinister, right? They literally teach it on Sunday, but we still don't teach it in school.
Sure. But I did make that distinction earlier, right? That, like, in other words, that I have no problem with, like, in the context of...
Look, here's the point that I'm making. Sitch laid out a very good example. Like, if we have Nazis in school talking about Nazism and teaching Nazism, I'm saying it's the exact same when the Christians, the evangelicals, want to go into school and they want to surreptitiously teach your kid creationism. It's the exact same thing. It just avoids the whole genocide topic, which triggers people.
So, okay, I'd like to address both of these, but we kind of have to decide which one, and then give me a minute to do it, and then we can, then we can do the other one. So yeah, if we want to start,
well, as long as you're going to address it not from the we are comparing CRT to this other thing. We're
And
talking about
at a certain point, you're just going to have to let me say it and then decide whether whether it's okay.
okay.
It's
Well, but that's not what we're doing. That's the only reason why I'm trying to
okay,
avoid
but
it.
like you literally don't even know where I was going with that because you're not
Okay.
letting me say it.
Go ahead. You have the floor.
So yeah, okay. Really quickly, first on creationism, I think that the context matters. I think that the objection to creationism, or at least the objection I would find most compelling to creationism, is less about the controversialness than about the sort of scientific rigor. And I think that in a science class, I would have a problem with it. But look, if you're in a philosophy class and you want to have an argument that that the world must have been created by God, no problem whatsoever teaching it in that context. If we're going to talk about the Nazi one, my point, and I'm not saying that you think it's as bad, but is that thinking through why it's sort of just so easy to nod along to like, yes, of course, we should be cracking down on the hypothetical Nazi teachers. I think the reason we have that reaction is because we've sort of decided as a culture that Nazism is just totally off limits. It's kind of not even up for debate, really. And I would say, and I mean, look, this is also my problem with a lot of well, hold on, just let me.
Well, I keep interrupting you because you're not answering the question.
I am trying so hard to answer the question, but like,
you're missing our point. That's why I keep interrupting.
Let Ben answer and then let me respond to that.
Okay,
go ahead.
Yeah, let me just get through it, and then you can decide whether I'm missing your point, because I'm keep trying to make a really straightforward point, and then so
right, I get it. Go ahead.
So the reason, so this is also my problem with a lot of leftist stuff that I think is too moralistic and censorious. That sure, all cultures are going to have taboos. I don't deny that, right? Things that we just decide are kind of off limits that are not even really up for debate. But I worry about expanding what we think is off limits and not really up for debate. And I worry about that with some leftist stuff that I don't think takes the sort of value of free speech and open debate about controversial ideas seriously enough. And I worry about it with stuff like so-called anti-CRT laws that I think overextends the concept. I think some of these things like are huge parts of American political discourse, and I think sort of policing classroom discussion to make sure that nothing in the vicinity of them is even discussed. I think it's too chilling. I don't deny that there are teachers who are going to do cringe things that I don't like. They're social justice-y, that I'm sure you could come up with tons of examples. There's a zillion teachers in America, but I worry more about sort of silencing classroom discussion and shutting down that kind of exploration of ideas and development of critical thinking skills in classrooms, then I worry about the cringe.
Right. So I do want to address the chilling thing because I think that's important. But before I do, so the reason I asked why is Nazism dangerous and why it shouldn't be taught, and I agree with you. I mean, obviously, I am Jewish. I don't want Nazism to be taught in America. Is that because it's and I agree that if you ask most people this, they'd say, well, it leads to a lot of genocide. And the reason I brought that up is because I feel like you could very well, maybe you would not obviously not make this argument, but a lot of people in America, especially people on the right, would make the exact same argument about teaching anything related to communism because of all the people that were killed under communist regimes for various reasons. So I don't know. I'm not sure that that's like a good way of conceptualizing the argument.
Well, and just to get my problem on the table, look, I'm making a distinction between teaching something descriptively and proscriptively, and you keep defaulting to the fact that they, just assuming people are teaching it descriptively, when Sitch's examples are people who are hardcore Nazis, or my example is hardcore evangelicals, who are kind of saying, we're teaching it descriptively, but really are teaching it proscriptively.
Yeah. So, I mean, on the, on the communism point, I mean, I think that I'm sure that they would, they would make that argument. Certainly, if that's supposed to have anything to do with CRT, see the bulk of our previous discussion about why I think those are completely unrelated concepts. But in But on a more, on a more general level, like I think that sort of exploring why we have this Nazi taboo is I mean, I think that could be an interesting discussion, but I think that the sort of bigger thing for me is, are we more worried about us not having enough taboos about which ideas are off limits for discussion, or are we more worried about having too many taboos about which ideas are off limits for discussion? And I know, Adam, that you're making this descriptive prescriptive distinction, but even in the course of making that distinction, I think you're sort of acknowledging the blurriness, that you're saying, well, they might claim that they're doing it, prescriptively, descriptively, but, we really know that they're prescriptive, and a lot of these laws are not, that, like, again, at least the ones that actually extend what's already illegal are not really making that distinction. And this is, I think, the real question here about how you feel about these laws is, are you sort of, worried that, essentially having, the state legislature, peering over the shoulder of classroom teachers to make sure that nothing slips into sounding, too prescriptive or whatever, that, like, do you want to err on the side of more of that or less of that? I think that's going to be a big distinction here.
Well, I mean, we do obviously.
Yeah, we already do that.
I assume you agree. Like,
we
all have standards.
I didn't say it as an absolute. I said, do you want to err on the side of more?
Right, I understand. Right, because we have standards for public schools, and the left is very. It seems usually the left is one kind of concerned about how with the private school vouchers, and it's they want to make sure the private schools follow standards and all these things too. Which that argument kind of stemmed. My understanding is that argument really stemmed from making sure that Christian schools were teaching things up to state standards. So there was this concern about misinformation or prescriptive things being taught in schools that were receiving public funding. So I do think that is definitely the consideration of the electorate and of the state. But in terms of, like, what side are we going to err on? I mean, normally I would agree that I'm on the side of trying to err for more freedom. And this is why I did bring up the prescriptive descriptive thing, because if I felt confident that people, like, when people teach Nazism, it's not only am I not concerned that the teachers are not Nazis, but I'm also not concerned that, like, people understand what it is. Like, if teacher starts talking about Nazis, everyone understands what it is. If people start talking about CRT, it is vague, because I would argue, because not just that there are people on the right that do label things that are not CRT, but because there has been a completely dishonest or ignorant attempt by the mainstream media to basically just say, oh, CRT is just teaching about Black history. CRT is just teaching about systemic racism. And that's not true. CRT is a very specific worldview that is very different from the classical liberal civil rights movement about how races should interact with people in American society. And I think if you look at these CRT laws, I haven't listened to the specific blocked and reported podcast that you're referring to. But the CRT laws that I've seen, or the anti-CRT laws, all of them seem to be kind of what you were saying as mostly what I would consider performative, in terms of they're outlawing things that we would all imagine should be outlawed anyway. And yet we don't see the newspapers and the media just saying, oh, all this stuff is totally fine. Who cares? They all go, oh my God, this is the secret Republican dog whistles to stop people talking about Black history. And they make kind of the chilling effect argument that you make. But when I read these laws, they seem pretty clear to me what is permissible, what is not permissible. And if there was some concern about, like, what exactly they mean, I would believe that Democrats, or even the state legislature, some have done this, Oklahoma has done this, have laid out extra criteria to more explicitly explain what is permissible, what is not permissible under these guidelines. And I think this chilling effect is literally created by the misinformation of the media using this as a political wedge issue just to attack Republicans. It is not really inherent in the law itself.
Okay, so we have a disagreement about the law. I think that, again, some of them I think are just performative. I think the ones that aren't often are pretty vague. and there really is a problem there. I guess we want to go deeper on that. We'd have to start looking at like the text of some of these. But I'd also make a distinction about, okay, is CRT just like sort of talking about the history of like slavery and segregation and stuff? Well, if we literally mean critical race theory like Derek Bell and Kimberly Crenshaw, no, definitely not, right? It's definitely like goes way beyond that. But if you say, well, are some of these anti-CRT laws ones that, you know, would legitimately make people nervous about talking about those subjects because, you know, for fear that the, you know, wrong parent could think that they're running afoul of some of this stuff, then I actually do think that's a legitimate concern. But where I am going to agree with you is that, yeah, look, I mean, some of the media coverage is, you know, I think that there's a lot of media in 2023 that's just all about sort of pandering to narratives that are going to make whatever portion of the audience you still have in a very fractured media landscape very, you know, very whipped up about it, and like oftentimes is going to be misleadingly incomplete and etc. And I think that both the sort of kind of original panic that generated a lot of these laws, you know, that they're all, you know, that, oh, your teachers were all, you know, teaching your kids to hate white people, and a lot of the oh my God, every single one of these things is banning us from talking about slavery kind of response. I think both of those are probably oversimplified narratives that, you know, are, you know, maybe latch on to bits and pieces of the truth. But, you know, I do think we have kind of a broken media landscape where there's like way too little, there's way too little incentive to add nuance that your audience isn't going to like.
Is there one of the anti-CRT laws that you know that you think is a problem that I can kind of like latch onto? Because the ones I've seen, I just don't really see what the problems are.
Sure. So I can, you know, I mean, if you want to keep talking, I can look up the one I was originally looking at.
PC, thanks so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you, PC. Tamango for 4 months says, I listen to every show while doing pest control. Oh, that's awesome. A team wins hearts and S class wins minds. What is something you learned doing this you didn't expect? It's a good question. What is something you learned doing this, Adam, that you didn't expect to learn?
Well, I mean, obviously I'd never expected to learn MMT. That was kind of jumped out at me. I never expected to learn generations theory. That was kind of a new twist.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, I never expected to learn basically any of the subjects, you know, that I've spent way too much time looking up on. But I mean, I don't know. I never expected to kind of get a deeper insight, I think, into how these conversations play out, especially public conversations, especially how sort of people interact in these highly politicized, charged spheres. I mean, we talked about this in the other stream where a lot of people in the space basically view these conversations as like end goals to get people to vote for certain candidates, and everything has to be framed around that.
Oh, I know.
And obviously I don't feel that way at all. And it's funny because when we talk to people who do feel that way, kind of like Josiah, it's like there's just this complete disconnect in how we can have a conversation.
Right. So, yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Everything has to be perceived through the lens of, well, how will this affect the 2024 election when like we're just trying to have interesting conversations and get to some truth. So
I'm always fascinated by people who do see everything through that frame. How many even live in states that are meaningfully up for grabs?
Oh, I know.
Like, exactly.
It's got to be more hectic, right? You live in a swing state and all of a sudden your neighbors are at your throat.
Yeah, but like, I mean, I don't know. I always just think it's funny. I mean, I guess we both now live in California. Like, that's like how excited people who live here get about who exactly you're going to vote for in 2024. And it's like, you know, there's like a 0.000 chance.
Oh, I know.
Trump gets California's electoral votes. Like,
yeah, I mean, I live in Florida, and this, you know, obviously seems like it's definitely going to go to Trump again. And I said I'm probably not going to vote, or I might not vote this time. And this guy was like, really, like, well, you're just supporting Trump. Like, but it doesn't matter what I do. Like, I don't know what you want from me.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's this kind of obsession. And by the way, I did find the thing that I'd linked to the original article. I dropped in the
Nice.
private chat. But yeah, I mean, I think there's this obsession that people have with like what's going on with your individual vote, and I'm not like totally averse to having that conversation about third parties and lesser evils and all that stuff. Although I sort of wish we would wait until a little bit closer to the election to start taking up a bunch of oxygen with it. But like,
it's getting heated on the left. I mean, it's kind of
yeah,
crazy over the Cornell West stuff.
I know, which is so, yeah, it's frustrating to me because it's like, this is like, you really want to spend like the next year and 2 months arguing about this. This is, if nothing else, this is going to get so boring and suck away so much oxygen from other things I'd rather talk about. But like, yeah, people get so mad about, about who you're going to vote for. And I don't know, you're like a Democratic Party shill if you're going to suck it up and vote for Biden. And, you're a crank if you're, vote for Cornell West or whatever. And it's like, I mean, again, so many of these people live in states where it doesn't matter. And like, even if it does, I mean, I don't know. It just feels like there's this obsession with like your individual vote that almost makes me wonder if, well, I think this is it, right? I mean, it's kind of a reflection of this sense of powerlessness people have about the political system, that it's like, hey, here's the one thing that seems to be under my control, that, I get to make this gesture where I go out and cast this vote, so we're going to like hyper obsess about it and make this like the morally most important thing ever, what you do, even though
I mean, like, I want to make clear, I'm in favor of people voting. I mean, I think it's good
Sure.
that people vote, but I don't, if someone says that they don't want to vote or they vote for someone I don't want them to vote for, I don't think it's right for everyone to lose their minds over that.
Vote shaming is what they call it.
Right.
Which I'm 1000% against vote shaming.
Well, that's true, but you voted for Kanye last time, so.
Look, I voted for Kanye.
Ashamed, Adam. You should be ashamed.
Look, I voted for Kanye pre-white or pre-Jewish question.
Okay.
It's the so you and the Always Sunny gang.
Oh well, yeah. Look, you didn't have much of a choice in that election anyway. So
right. Okay. So anyway, I brought up the thing that you sent. So what did you want to hone in on here?
No, I mean, I'm literally just like, I mean, I haven't reread this just now or anything, but like, you were asking for an example, and I said, okay, this is the one that I was talking about in the original article. So if you wanted to like go over it, we could go over it.
Sure. Okay.
Do you want to read through it?
So the first part of this seems to be kind of what you see in all the CRT bills, because I believe they all use the same framework that Chris Rufo created, which was so the things that are prohibited from being taught are, number one, that one race, religion, ethnicity, or sex is inherently superior to another race, religion, ethnicity, or sex. I assume you agree with that.
Which is presumably, I mean, that part is pretty performative. Like,
sounds like Nazism that they're trying to ban.
Sure, I would agree it should be performative, but I mean,
it just like that just kind of feels like the when I give my dog a pill, I put it in some peanut butter. It's like that's like, hey, look at this. Like,
oh, I see. You're saying this is like this is the wash it down. They're gonna put this is the peanut butter they use to trick you to swallow the poison pills.
Well, I think that it's part of like I think it's a rhetorical strategy. It's like it's something that like nobody can object to at the
I mean, you'd hope.
Okay, what's the part where we can object?
Okay, so number two, an individual by virtue of their race, religion, ethnicity, or sex is inherently racist, sexist, or oppressive, whether consciously or unconsciously.
Yeah, so I think now we're getting into territory that like is the idea that there's like such a thing as unconscious bigotry, or that there's like there's some sense in which you can have like a system of bigotry even without the people who are involved in it sort of consciously thinking that that like there's certain things that are going to be invisible to people in a privileged position or whatever. Like, again, these are not ideas that I particularly love or find like super helpful. I think there's probably some truth to some of them, but it's like, I think but I do worry that now we're getting into some pretty mainstream views and sort of saying, well, any kind of discussion of these like incredibly widely held views about controversial topics is just is just verboten, right? No talking about any of this in the classroom.
It doesn't say that they can't teach about the concept of unconscious racism or unconscious bias. It's just saying you can't teach that because of someone's race that they necessarily have unconscious or conscious bias, which I would assume you would agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think, right? I mean, I suspect we disagree about this, right? But I think that this is getting into territory where there is some troubling vagueness, because I don't think, for the most part, right? This is Virginia, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah.
I don't think, I suspect that there are a lot of Virginia classrooms, before this is passed, where there are a lot of people saying literally every single person, who's white is, unconsciously racist.
I think Sam Cedar said that to us in his conversation with us.
Yeah, he did.
Did he? Okay, I haven't watched his conversation with.
Yeah.
There's so Virginia high school teacher Sam Cedar, but yeah, I mean, I think that there's like a lot of question in my mind, at least, right, about like if you are discussing like the concept of unconscious racism, that if that like, hey, a lot of people would say that, if you're white, if you have, white privilege, which is not a phrase I love, but whatever, that like you have that there are going to be like disadvantages that are faced by other people that are going to just structurally, because of your position, they're going to be invisible to you. You're not going to see it.
Well, it's not really bias. I mean,
okay, but like I think that this is the kind of thing that it's like any kind of discussion of this concept, I would, I think if you're a Virginia teacher with a sense of self-preservation who's read this law, you're going to want to be careful about getting too close to any of this, because you don't want it to be interpreted as violating the law. I mean, that would be my.
Well, I mean, yeah, but like so that's only if the newspapers and the media portrays it that way. Because if you just a plain reading of it just is individuals by virtue of their race are inherently racist, whether consciously or unconsciously. I mean, to me, I would look at that and I would classify it as performative, like the first one. To me, it's just like, okay, that's just obviously something everyone, well, not everyone, I would hope everyone in America would agree is not something that should be taught.
I mean, there are gray areas here. I think that it's a little bit less performative than the first one. I think that like what I just laid out is the kind of thing that I could imagine, being an idea that was discussed, and then we could argue about whether it was being discussed in a sufficiently descriptive way, or if it was.
Well, it's not being discussed. I mean,
shaded being prescriptive, right? But it's like that's the kind of thing that I think it's sort of legitimate to bring up, and as like a, hey, here's what a lot of people would say, what do you guys think, whatever kind of way in a classroom. What I just laid out would be, and I think if you have like a very narrow reading of the text there, you could argue that what I just said didn't fall into that, but I could definitely see how even in a world where like the media had completely ignored this, where this person was, Chris Rufo's tweet, where he has the text of the law, was the only thing that they'd ever read, and they happened to have read that the night before, and they were starting to go down this road that they could think, ooh, danger, Will Robinson, right? Let's not get too close to this, because this might sound too similar to this thing that the state legislature has just banned.
Okay, well, do you think that the Republican legislature is passing this? Is this just like a vagueness in the wording? Have they been tricked by Christopher Rufo? Are the Republicans themselves secretly trying to, I don't know if dog whistle was the right word, but subversively kind of get teachers to stop doing this? What's happening here?
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of panic about this stuff in right-wing media, and you could argue that some of it is justified. Again, I'm certainly not here to deny that that there's ever been anything incredibly cringy that's social justice related that's happened in a public school. I tend to think it's overblown. But there's been a lot of panic about this stuff in right-wing media. So I think the state legislature then like rushes in to sort of prove that they're doing something about it. And sometimes the thing that they do in response to that, to pander to the base, to prove that they're doing something about it, sort of doesn't matter because it ends up just being like, purely performative. It kind of doesn't ban anything new. And sometimes it does matter because it's going further and banning new things. And it's, a lot of this stuff is a little bit sloppy because they're just kind of like, hey, what can we do that sounds like a pretty robust, like we're really doing something here, law. And yeah, I do think, I think this is the core of our disagreement, right? That I do worry about that chilling effect. I do think that like when you're sort of introducing a lot of new rules, like a lot of like, oh, here are the new lines that you're not allowed to cross in order to sort of score culture war points with your constituency, to show that you're on top of something. I think that there is I think there's a real danger of that having these bad effects in practice and sort of making it the case that you're going to have like less, not more, discussion of controversial ideas in classrooms, which I actually want, right? I'm less worried about people being brainwashed than I am about them not, not the schools not serving this kind of function of promoting, critical thinking,
so
sort of creative citizens.
Right. But so my argument is just, as I've said, you plainly read the statute, what it says. I don't see how, like if a teacher was teaching in Virginia, was teaching just the concept that, someone could have an unconscious racial bias. Okay. They're not saying that you inherently have it because you're white. They're just saying that this exists. It's been studied to some extent. I don't, they've done the eye test. To my understanding, those studies have never really shown that anyone acts upon it whatsoever. So a teacher's time out that do you think, because I would say, no, I don't think the state that teacher would get in trouble. And if they did, I think they would 100% be able to sue and win that case, because I think any judge would read that law and say, oh, well, they didn't violate the law whatsoever. And it's really just, again, the media kind of drumming up the fear, and the fear is what's creating the chilling effect, not the law itself.
Yeah, that's where we disagree. So I think that I think that if on one end of the spectrum you have a teacher actually saying the words, every single white person by virtue of their race, is racist, which again, I'm very skeptical about how often that was happening in Virginia classrooms before this. That's on one end of the spectrum. On the other end of the spectrum is what you just said, where you're making this very narrow claim that unconscious bias exists, and you're referencing some studies or whatever. And then I think there's a lot of stuff in between it. I think my original example was somewhere in between, like the example where the person is saying that, well, structurally, due to your position as somebody who doesn't experience, racism, et cetera, that you're just going to be blinded to, these kinds of harms that are experienced by Black people, that this is a sort of big innate problem that's not just a sort of matter of moral character, but this is just this big innate societal problem. And this is something you just have to work to become aware of as a white person. That, like, that one, I think, is somewhere in between your example and the example where somebody is actually using the exact words that are banned in the law. And would they win that case? Yeah, maybe not. I'm not sure. I also think that even if not for the media element, even if all they're doing is reading, the plain text of the law, I think that if I were a teacher, I would want to not get in trouble in the first place, not to like eventually win an expensive lawsuit years later.
Right. I mean, I don't know. I have seen schools. I don't know if there's one in Virginia. I have seen schools that were teaching books where they would have, like, they would use that whole term about how we need to deconstruct whiteness, and they literally would have a picture of like whiteness it was like a contract with devil horns, and it would say like, don't sign a contract with whiteness. And when I looked at during the kind of BLM period, one of the big authors that was being pushed was Robin DiAngelo. I mean, we saw her literally everywhere. She was on major talk shows with her book White Fragility, and she was making the argument that all white people living in our white American society had this level of racism kind of built into them, not necessarily because they're white, but because they're white and they're living in this white supremacist system. So therefore, they have to enact white supremacy by simply acting it out. And so I don't think it is really that like bizarre of a worldview. Like it is a pretty common thing that was being pushed, and I think still is being pushed.
Yeah, but again, which is the thing, right? Is it the thing that I said, right? Or is it like where you would actually say the words, all white people by virtue of their race, are biased? Because I think a lot of what you're describing, which I hope is clear, by the way, is not my view, but like I think a lot of what you're describing is closer to what I laid out as something I could actually imagine somebody saying, right? So I mean,
but what I said, like regarding like Robin DiAngelo, that would be, I imagine, not allowed to be taught in schools. And I do think that is racist to say that, well, if you're white and you live in this white society that I am defining as white supremacy, then therefore you're inculcated with white, supremacy and racism, and therefore you are acting racist. I do think that should not be taught in schools.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think a lot of it depends on. I mean, look, I don't think anybody should read Robin DiAngelo because it's dumb. I think you should,
right?
I think somebody like Derek Bell. I mean, there's a lot of stuff I disagree with, but I mean, it's like,
I mean, he's not that far off from that concept.
No, but that's what I'm saying, though, right?
Yeah.
Like this is like I think there's definitely at least a family resemblance between the views. Hence, there's a lot of stuff I disagree with, but I think there's like a lot of more intellectual nutrition in there than there probably is going to be in somebody like DiAngelo, who
well, I'm more concerned with the goal, not with the nutrition along the way they get.
Well, okay, but this I think the fact that you're more concerned with that might kind of get to the heart of our disagreement, right? Because I'm more worried about sort of enforced conformity and kind of shutting up discussion of controversial ideas than I am about ideas that I don't like making it into classroom discussion. So I think if you have that sort of more intellectually interesting version of a variation on an idea that I don't like, I actually think that is going to be a relevant distinction for like, what would sort of end up in a classroom and people can talk about it. And I mean, I'm a little skeptical about how much control, teachers have over what people end up thinking. I mean, I can certainly remember, lots of teachers that I had who thought or said stuff that I thought was dumb, and I wasn't, I'm not again, like I think a lot of this is just, what are you more worried about? Are you worried about people being brainwashed into ideas you disagree with, or are you worried about that like silencing effects and the idea that people actually should be able to have like classroom discussions about interesting and controversial ideas?
I'm worried that people are going to be taught things that are untrue as if they are true.
Yeah,
which was the entire debate over the creationism stuff. That's exactly what the debate was over.
Well, it's not things that are untrue, but also I think will cause societal harm on top of that and make people more racist and cause more problems. And I mean, I understand what you're saying and I think what you're saying is accurate in terms of, what do you think, what do we all hold more important? Like trying to prevent, the fear that the schools are going to brainwash children or somebody to think a certain way, or that it's going to create some sort of effect where certain concepts are not going to be allowed to taught. But the reason why I'm not afraid of like the latter in terms of the CRT things is because, again, if you just, plainly read the law, and we can keep going through it, I just don't really see how there's a good argument that a plain reading of this law will lead down that pathway. The laws seem pretty specific in terms of what's allowed, what's not allowed. And the fact that, as you said, which I agree with, that's when I read this law, I would say, okay, if this law was passed in 1964, the civil rights movement would be like, this is a miracle. They'd be doing backflips here. They'd be like, this is the best law that's ever been created. And it's only now, it seems like in 2023, where maybe there's people that want to kind of flip the racism around at white people, that suddenly there's like, well, maybe we shouldn't be passing this stuff.
Yeah. So I think that I don't think that there's ever been a point. I don't think in 1964, the civil rights movement would have been happy about a law against any discussion in the classroom of the concept that white people might have biases against black people, even if they weren't.
Because a person can't inherently have biases depending on their race, which in 1964 would have been interpreted as like black people having inherent biases against white people.
Well, and also look, Ben, they obviously taught probably in school in the South at one time all the negative stereotypes about black people, right? Like that's undeniable. Correct?
At one time, like if let's say it is correct. I don't want to go through the sort of
look. All I'm saying is,
wasn't ever taught in schools per se, but it's like, look, if the point is,
look, do you agree that it would be bad for society if Southern schools were teaching negative stereotypes about black people?
Sure, and I would agree that it would be bad for society if the exact flipped thing were happening. What we're disagreeing about is whether there's a plain reading of this law, and I think it's an incredibly sloppily written law, and I actually just don't agree that there's this plain reading. I mean, to me, this is like hearing from like an evangelical that there's like a plain reading of the Bible where it definitely says what they say it says, and I think there's a lot more room for disagreement there.
Look, what Sitch is saying though is if you imagine in your head that we're living in the 1950s, okay? And they're teaching all of these nasty stereotypes about black people in public schools, and Sitch reads this law. Go ahead, Sitch, read the law.
An individual by the virtue of their race is inherently racist, consciously or unconsciously.
Well, that one is, the first one would have been better, but...
Yeah, but we're focused on the second one. Because you said, you're saying that, okay, what is the part, I guess, of that is confusing or that you think is open to interpretation? Because
so I think that what I laid out earlier is something that could very easily be taken as violating it. Where we're disagreeing is, I guess,
only if you ignore the first part of the sentence.
Which part?
An individual by virtue of their race.
Yeah, I think that by virtue of their race is. I actually think that is something that that is going to be interpreted in different ways. In fact, I think some of your examples have already shown that that's going to be interpreted in different ways, right? So does by virtue of your race mean like genetically? Does by virtue of your race mean something more like what I laid out earlier, something I could imagine? Again, it's not my argument, but it's an argument I don't think should be out of.
I would say either or. It's either
should be out of. Okay. Should be out of bounds for debate.
Yes.
Where you say that
public school,
exactly, right. That they have where you say that in a society with all these racial disparities and disadvantages, for black people, that if you are a white person by virtue of your structural position in that society, you're going to be blinded to a lot of these harms. That's the sort of thing I can imagine them saying. That's like a sort of more realistic, less extreme thing that I could imagine them saying, that I think you could make I think that
being blind to racism or systemic inequalities is not being racist.
I don't know. I mean, I think maybe you have a very specific idea of racism in your head. I would say that even a lot of the stuff that in fact, I think a problem in general with American race discourse in 2023 is that it's often incredibly unclear what racism means, that there are often like a bunch of different definitions sort of flying around and being implicitly used. I think that, I think one way of using the word racism that's like actually pretty popular in some kinds of social justice concepts is pretty much exactly that. Right, that they that racism is about, is anything that like, again, like a lot of
Yeah,
people.
because they're trying to bad faith redefine racism to push the policies they want to push, and they want to retain the negative power and association with the word racism. So I want to say, if you're not doing what we want, you're racist. Right?
Okay, so
but I'm assuming the Virginia law is not, that is passed by conservatives, is not utilizing the most wokest, insane version of the term racism.
Okay, I think that if you're saying that somebody who said that by virtue of being a white person in an unequal society, that that there's this sort of built-in reason that you're going to end up being racist in what you're calling the insane woke sense of racism. I think that I'm not at all convinced that somebody that's not the kind of thing that is the intention of the law, to stop, who the lawmakers regard as insane woke people from saying what they regard as insane woke things, right? I think and I think certainly saying, like, if your big defense of this when you get into trouble is no, well, this wouldn't count as racism in the sense that, Republican lawmakers are more likely to mean if you ask them directly, this only counts as racism as people like me use the term racism. And of course, they know that people like me use it that way.
No, I mean, they're using if you look up in a dictionary what it says racism, that's what they're using. They're not using this like redefined attempt that is on the edges of the conversation that woke people are trying to sneak into the conversation.
Okay, I think that
I think they would just say, if that's what they wanted, they would just literally say, you can't promote this idea that just because you're white, you're blind to inequalities in our society. They would just say that if that's what they wanted to say.
I don't think they would say it. I think that in fact, I think that it's very telling that there's no definition of racism here, because it's a vaguely written law that's been written for performative effect, to pander to the base, to show we're really cracking down on this stuff. And they have no particular interest in clarifying like which specific things that, that somebody might actually do they want to ban. They just want to say, hey, look at us cracking down on the bad people doing the bad things. And I think that like a woke person using the word racism in a woke way and saying that in that sense, white people are racist, I think is very much the kind of thing that would be within the purview of what they want to crack down on. That seems totally reasonable to me.
Well, let's see. I'm curious because I don't know if they do have somewhere in the law what racism means. The closest thing I could find is it says the terms of because of race or on the basis of a race, or terms of similar import when used in reference to discrimination in the Code and Acts General Assembly, include because of or on the basis of traits historically associated with race, hair texture, hair type. Oh, I don't know why it's all about hair type. Maybe the specific law was about hair type, but I don't know. To me,
surely they're not trying to crack down on people who are saying that, white people are racist because of their hair type.
Right. But I'm saying is, to me, the law had something to do with employer discrimination. So that's probably why it was about that. But to me, it seems very clear that when I read that, what it is talking about. And if someone is kind of afraid of this fringe interpretation of the law, they should just do a test case, just teach it and have someone get sued. Okay. And the fact that these laws have been in place for, I believe, these laws have been in place, I believe, for a couple of years now. And I haven't heard of a single lawsuit or anything related to these CRT laws happening yet, where someone's just teaching something innocuous and then the state cracks down on them.
So this law in question that we're talking about was, I guess,
last year.
It was being proposed originally, about a year and a half ago. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I think that I would maybe gently suggest that when the shoe is on the other foot, that like the fact that it's been like a year or two and there hasn't been like there hasn't been like a prominent test case yet is not something that anybody would like really say like, oh, never mind, I guess there was nothing to be.
Well, there's already been cases I've disagreed with the Don't Say Gay parental rights education bill has been tested. So I feel like, there's enough of these bills floating around states that I agree with you, it could happen, but I'm just saying, to me, so far, the fact that plain reading of the laws, plus the fact that it hasn't happened yet, to me, makes me more convinced of my position.
So we do have a disagreement about whether there's a plain reading of the law. I do think that there is a non-fringe, pretty obvious interpretation of the law that would be different from what you're saying. I'm also, I think, with anything, right, where you're saying, you're saying here are some new lines you can't cross, here are some new taboos we're going to enforce, here are some new subjects that are off limits, or some new ideas that are off limits for discussion, then I think that a lot of my concern is going to be less about the people who completely ignore it and whether they get in trouble or not, which I think is going to also realistically depend on a lot of factors like, are they in a school district where people are likely to, are more likely to sort of zealously enforce this and get them in trouble, etc. I'm less worried about that than I am worried about the effect. And and part of what we're disagreeing about is, okay, is it just about a media narrative, or is there ground for concern about this within the text of the law itself, on whether there's a kind of of chilling effect here on sort of discussion of controversial ideas that you should be able to broach in classroom discussion.
That's why I keep bringing up the clear examples, just to drill down on the things that you would object to being taught in the classroom. I mean, that's why
I would object to creationism being taught in a biology class. I wouldn't object to it being taught in a philosophy class.
Well, and you'd be object to racist stereotypes being taught in Southern schools in the South.
Yeah, and I think if you did some exact race flip version of it, then I would equally object to that. I think part of the problem here is that I understand that part of your objection to the stuff that you're calling CRT is that you think that it's like ultimately, kind of viewed from 10,000 feet too similar to that. But I think that I do think that there is a big difference. And I also think that,
you think the CRT has merit. That's the difference that you think.
Well, I mean, again, I don't advocate CRT. I don't agree with CRT, but I think that like certain premises have plausibility, others don't. But
such as like white privilege and stuff like that.
No, I mean, again, I think you're looking at where I was sort of saying, hey, here's something I could imagine somebody saying that would be an expression of, but like I think you'll find that the only place in anything that I've ever written where I've used the phrase white privilege was me criticizing the concept in an Arc Digital Media article from 2020, either 2020 or 2021.
Well, that's good. That's good to hear. I didn't know that. So we're at like 2 hours.
Yeah.
So do you guys want to do like a closing statement or something? I mean,
sure. I was just gonna say, like, really quickly, like,
I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was muted this whole time.
Oh, shit.
Trying to talk.
Sorry.
It's like I muted myself.
I mean, I didn't mute you, but whatever.
No. Yeah, I muted myself because I coughed.
Yeah,
it's fine. But no, what I wanted to say is, so you were saying that like, kind of that we're kind of viewing that CRT is the kind of inverse of the Southern Southern racism. And the thing is, that's not our view. I mean, that's kind of CRT's view, because even in the CRT key writings that form the movement, like literally the second page of the introduction, they're talking about how they're complaining really about how the civil rights movement linked the racist Southern white nationalist perspective with the racist Black nationalist perspective. And they're complaining about that and saying that, they want CRT, part of the job of CRT is to disassociate that, to say that we can still have these like explicitly race-focused, race-conscious policies without it essentially being linked with white racism. So that's kind of what they're actually advocating for, very explicitly.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's probably going to be a difference between saying that something's like a race-conscious policy, or that you're.
Well, it's a nicer way of saying it. That's the difference.
I guess I do disagree with that. I don't think that's the only difference. I think that certainly in terms of what Adam said, where you're talking about sort of crude racial stereotypes that we could sort of agree are off limits, then I do think just saying somebody's advocating some sort of race conscious policy, like affirmative action or something like that, I don't think that that's just the exact inverse of promoting some like really crude racial stereotype. I think that if you want to say that part of your objection to it is the same, or that it's like there's two even though it's not quite the same, it's not far enough, for your liking, then I think that's like a more reasonable discussion to be had. And again, the funniest thing about this entire discussion is that, we ended up kind of spending much less time on what I actually do think than why I'm sort of leery about censorship of ideas that I don't even agree with.
Mhm.
But yeah, I mean, I think that I worry about, the same way that like you might worry that somebody is saying that like, what you're describing as like woke redefinitions of racism and stuff, that it's like too close, it's too far from the original thing that's giving the moral charge to the accusation for it to be fair to apply the same word to it. I worry that even if you say, well, okay, we need to have like affirmative action programs to sort of undo the legacy of, the disadvantages that come out of these or whatever, that you think that, well, that's too close to just being an inversion of white racism. I worry about taboo spread. I worry about saying,
Mhm.
hey, here's the thing we agree is clearly bad, and we're just going to kind of have a taboo about where we sort of consider it to be like off the table for discussion. All societies presumably are going to have some of those, but I worry about expanding the tent of things that are covered by those taboos and we can't talk about anymore.
Sure. So Ayanna Percy Presley, the Democrat from Massachusetts, she said, or she tweeted that we don't know. She said it during a conference. She said, we don't need any more black faces that don't have black voices. Do you think that that's like a racist statement?
I don't know if it's racist. I think it's dumb.
What do you think she's saying there? Because I interpret that as her saying that essentially, if you don't have specific opinions, that you're not really black.
Yeah, or that you're not really like, I mean, I guess maybe you're not really speaking for the interests of black people, that you're like really, speaking for the interests of some sort of white structure suppressing black people or whatever.
Mhm.
One of the reasons
I
I
mean,
think
that's kind
it's
of
dumb,
racist, but
sure. I mean, I'm not really. I mean, the reason I think it's dumb is because I think it flattens all black people into having the same interests,
yeah, which is racist. Yeah.
which is I think it's just like whether or not you want to apply this word racism to it and
Hmm.
like sort of take the moral charge that we all have about that word racism, because what we're thinking about is segregated drinking fountains and fire hoses, and like extend the concept to this or not, whether or not we want to apply the word racism to it. I think I think it's inaccurate. I think it's flattening. I think there are I think there are black workers and black bosses, and black landlords and black tenants, and black poor people who would benefit from policies that I like, and black rich people who wouldn't, and black middle class people whose interests primarily lie in making it a little bit easier for them to advance up a class structure that like I have
Hmm.
a more fundamental objection to, and that's just not a helpful
Right.
way to talk. I think that there's a sort of I think it's incredibly unhelpful that so much of American progressive political energy has sort of needs to define everything as a form of racism,
Hmm.
to be against it, right? That like it's not. I think it's sort of like the last thing since World War II we kind of all agreed on as a society, eventually, was that the segregation was bad and the civil rights movement is good. And so, I get this disconcerting sense that there are a lot of people who can only get it up for any sort of political action that they can frame as a reenactment of that. And I
Hmm.
think the best of the civil rights movement,
Right.
people, Bayard Rustin, understood that whereas it is true that the sort of long historical shadow of segregation and all that sort of contributes to these injustices, like
Right.
all black people being
Well,
more
yeah.
likely to live in poverty and everything than white
Hmm.
people, that the solution was actually a universalist solution, that the
Yes.
solution is stuff like Bayard Rustin's freedom budget, that we need sort of universal economic policies that are just going to help with poverty in general, both because that's what we're going to be able to get together like a majority for. I mean, I don't understand how you're supposed to convince people to support something like reparations that would be a sort of racially means tested form of assistance that most people wouldn't qualify for, and so it's both pragmatically that makes more sense, strategically, and I think it also makes more sense morally as a goal, because like I don't actually object, like the sort of the
That's because you're
thing,
racist. That's why you think that.
yeah, I mean the thing that seems primarily objectionable to me about lots of Black people living in poverty, et cetera, is that anybody is living in poverty, regardless of, regardless of race. And, and I'm not denying the disproportionality, but I think we should sort of keep our eyes on that larger, more fundamental goal.
Well, I guess, and I don't know how much time you have left, but my last question, if you are out of time, is if you don't like the concept of CRT or wokeness kind of deriving or being rooted in something socialist or Marxist, what would, like, where does it come from then? What is it like derived from philosophically?
Yeah. I think that it comes from a misdiagnosis of the exact thing that I was just saying, right? That where you'd say, okay, here's the situation that everybody can kind of see. And I think this is it much more than any sort of like grand theoretical thing, that, that's kind of what people are start looking for when they want to assemble academic, theories to justify their political perspective. But I think the sort of basic political perspective is you have 1964, 1965, we largely end this like de jure racial discrimination we had in the United States. So it's no longer the case. You have segregated schools and drinking fountains and all that stuff. But you notice, I think correctly, that there is all this disparity, right? That it's not like instantly you have as many Black people and white people in sort of more desirable and less desirable positions. And it doesn't seem likely that disparity is going to go away on its own anytime soon. It seems like there are a lot of Black people in really undesirable positions, living in poor neighborhoods, that especially if we go ahead a little bit from the mid 60s to like the 70s and 80s and 90s, right, are subjected to, various kinds of, policing and sort of carceral approaches that people find objectionable, that have a million social problems.
Do you think it's just a product
right.
of the environment? You don't think it's rooted in some philosophical teaching or anything?
I think people look at that sort of correct premise that is the situation, and they sort of say, okay, well, what's our analysis of how it came to be this situation, and what should we do about it? And I think that they have sort of incorrect answers to both of those that are rooted in seeing the new stuff as just a straightforward continuation of the old stuff, rather than seeing the new stuff as a different problem that requires a different solution. They're saying like, okay, well, this must just be like a disguised form of this thing that we thought we just defeated, rather than saying like, no, look, people have the main problem is that if people are, not that racial prejudice ceased to exist, or that nobody with political or economic power was acting on the base or whatever. Obviously, that's not true. But like the main problem is just, hey, if you're born in poverty, you're way more likely to die in poverty than somebody who wasn't born in poverty. That like whatever, wherever you are when segregation ends, right, you're probably going to. I think just the sort of normal mechanism of capitalist property relations. There's going to be, not completely, there's Black middle class that's emerged since then, et cetera. But like to a very great extent, it's going to be hard to get over that on any kind of reasonable time scale. And that the solution to that, again, I think is a universalist one, much more than a sort of racially specific one, right? So I think that it's a bad but understandable diagnosis of real conditions, of where they come from and what to do about them. And I think it's one that's maybe also especially understandable when you start thinking about like the 90s and 2000s, when these sort of more basic questions about how to organize an economy, et cetera, were sort of taken off the table. That this is the era of the end of history. There is no alternative. That, this is the idea that we were going to have these grand debates about capitalism and socialism and all that stuff was just sort of seen as kind of quaint and dated. And so I think it makes sense under these circumstances, especially, that these sort of views that assigned the primacy of explanation to race gain more traction, and views that were all about class less so. And I'd like to reverse that.
it'd be interesting. I don't know if you've ever done this, for you to have a conversation with a CRT person
It
to
would.
kind of argue with them about how they perceive that CRT has this, philosophical foundation of Marxism or not. That'd be an interesting conversation maybe between the two of you guys to have that.
Yeah, I mean, there are people who certainly try to combine some of these ideas. I find a
Mhm.
lot of that. I find a lot of that unhelpful, right? Like I think
Mhm.
I think that's Freddie DeBoer has a nice article a while back whose title always sticks in my head. It's very simple. It's just perhaps we can't do both.
Wow,
Like,
that's you're saying that because you're white though, so
yeah,
I don't know if you know that.
fair enough.
Is there anything else, Adam?
No, let's wrap it up. I told
Well, mhm.
I told Ben 2 hours, and we have a bunch of super chats to read. So
Sure.
do
Well,
you?
thanks for coming on, Ben.
Yeah, it got a
really
little
good talking.
contentious, Ben, but look, no hard feelings, obviously, and we're just. We don't mean to got you on anything, so that's not really my goal. But
No. I just
That's my goal.
I think the only fair enough. I think the only the only part like I mean, I think that there's like a certain point where obviously there's a balance between keeping the conversation moving and everything, and like sometimes it's just like
And looping. I understand. Yeah.
there's
yeah,
there's this really specific argument I want to make, and I know
There-
you know where I'm going, but
Right.
like I don't think
look,
you're right.
I honestly do not think that you ever address and people in the chat are asking about it. Nobody thinks that you address the difference between prescriptive and descriptive. So
Okay.
I'm going to leave it there. Look,
So-
you can listen to the conversation. I tried my hardest, and look.
I've never, I'm sure, I think the way that chats tend to work. Look, I think
Well, look, I myself am using the chat as a verification of me, and I don't think you ever address the difference between the prescriptive and descriptive. Look, if an evangelical went into a classroom and started teaching it, I think it's obvious.
Yeah, that would be a case where you're obviously on the prescriptive side.
Yes,
but as I said earlier, and I think you ignored this, you never responded to it.
Okay.
As I said earlier, you yourself, in laying it out, admitted that there was a lot of blurry gray area between the two. That you said, oh well, people might say they're being descriptive, but we really know they're being prescriptive. And my point was, where do you want to err, right? Like you're probably going to get a little bit wrong regardless, right? They have these are
you clean up. Look, you clean up the law and make it more specific. Look, you and I can have that conversation, but it's a completely different conversation. Like if you want to argue that the law is unclear and that we need to make it clear, okay, we can have that debate. Yeah, but you are literally arguing that we shouldn't have a law, that people should be able to talk about whatever they want in the classroom, and I think that's ridiculous.
Okay, but I explicitly said more than once, I don't think people should be able to teach whatever they want.
Okay.
I said well, hold on though, right? I said that obviously there are going to be standards, there are going to be limits, but the question is, are we more concerned about people, the bad ideas getting in because we haven't set strict enough limits, or are we more concerned about discussion of controversial ideas, the kind of things that I think are really core to the function of schools as places that can promote critical thinking and make better citizens, that happening less because of a chilling effect, because we've gone too far and we're being too strict. Now, if you just add the word prescriptive to the law, the reason that wouldn't assuage my concerns is that I think oftentimes it's a judgment call. Like, are we, unless you're actually saying, hey, children, you all have to agree with this, just to be clear, I think that it's oftentimes it's a blurry judgment call.
Look, there are cases, and this is why I keep bringing the cases up where it's not blurry. That's why I keep bringing up the cases where it's like obvious racial stereotypes about certain groups. Look, that's not blurry. Like if they're teaching racist stereotypes in the South about black people, that's a very specific thing that I think we should make laws saying, hell no, you can't do that.
I agree with that. And as I said several times, that like if it was just the exact reversal of that, I would also agree with making that off limits.
Well, but this is where we disagree.
My concern is, yes, this is where we disagree, but I just object to being told I didn't address this. I addressed this really explicitly, right? My concern is about drifting away from the thing that would be the exact reversal and extending the taboo further and further, that more and more things count. And I think that there is going to be, in practice, when it comes to things, that people are likely to actually say, I think there is going to be a lot of judgment call about whether something is drifted into being too prescriptive. Now, could you maybe write, like, am I going to rule out absolutely that, that the I don't know, Virginia scraps this and they pass the Adam and Sitch statute that, like, is that
Clear, very
like
concise.
That's like a perfectly written one that, I'm not concerned about. Then, like, maybe I would support that. Yeah, maybe I can't rule that out. I'd have to look at it, but I can't rule it out. But, like, I think there's a more general issue here, right? Which is, do you think that these laws are this is a sort of, like, appropriate response to stuff that's, like, actually happening at a scale that merits the response? Or do you think that this is largely pandering to a
that's like a completely different third argument.
No, but I think that, like, an overblown panic in right-wing media, that's
a third argument. That's a totally third argument. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that is likely to have, like, a worrying, chilling effect. Like, do you
look, look, the argument that a lot of people are making is CRT creates negative stereotypes about white people, and they don't like that. They don't want to be taught to their kids. I think a lot of people think that's a big deal. So this third argument that you're bringing out, like, should we care if schools are teaching racist stereotypes about white people?
Over and over again earlier, but they have a
but can you understand
this conversation? But, like, I don't think, yes, I understand people are.
Can you understand people would be upset about that?
What they're calling CRT, which, again, I think generally has very little to do with it. But yes, I think what they're calling CRT, they oftentimes, again, I don't deny, this is all stuff I said earlier in the conversation. I don't deny that you're going to find cases that you and I would agree about. This is a very big country with a lot of teachers in it. You are going to find stuff that we would agree are objectionable. But I don't think that anything that's happening at, like, any real scale is enough to justify the sort of urge to sort of shut down classroom discussion about these kinds of ideas. And I'm more concerned about being too censorious, like making.
Look, I can think of, like, half a dozen examples where you would totally.
Sure, yeah.
Like, flip. If you had if you could, I mean, like, I would assume there are a whole lot more than half a dozen. Would you be bringing out this
millions of people?
Look, would you hold on?
A lot of public school teachers. I'm sure you can find dozens of examples that we would agree on, but that's a little bit of a separate question from whether we're talking about something that, as a social phenomenon, right, that rises to the level that we should be more worried about that than we're worried about the chilling effect of overly broad censorious laws that are going to make teachers nervous.
You can say it. Look, you said it three times already. Let's just move on.
Okay, no, I'm happy to. All of this started because you said that I didn't respond to something that I did respond to, but I was like, look, I could say it again if it wasn't.
No,
clear.
Let's not. Look. First of all, we should be wrapping up. Okay, like I said, like this is a little contentious, obviously. Like, we have a fundamental disagreement, and I'm trying to get to the root of that disagreement. For me, it seems as though you're saying, look, I don't want to censor the stereotypes that I find are true.
Okay,
I think a lot of people are, like, arguing
except that nothing I've said comes within 100,000 miles of that silly ass straw man. And in fact, I've said many times, right, that we're talking about ideas that I myself disagree with, right? So it's obviously not the case that I'm saying, oh, I don't want to censor stuff that I agree with. What I'm saying is that I want to err on the side.
Give us an example of something that you would want to censor then.
I mean, I think I've agreed with several over the course of this conversation, but sure, I think that creationism in the biology class, I think I agreed with that several times. I think that if you have crude racial stereotypes in either direction, then I would agree with that. Again, my concern is about over broadening that to the point where we're saying that like, oh, saying
Right.
is the structure
Okay.
about unconscious racism or whatever amounts to being the same thing as an exactly reversed racial stereotype, which I don't think is accurate. But yeah, I think that there are
So
things
how is my assessment of straw man then? You're basically saying what I said.
No, I'm not, because you were saying that what I'm saying is I don't want to censor stereotypes that I agree with. And all of the ideas we've been talking about are ones
hold on. You just said that the stereotype in CRT is not a direct reversal of the racist stereotype that I suggested.
Yes.
I would argue that it is, but you're saying,
Yeah, I don't think it is. That doesn't mean I agree with it. That's like I disagree.
But you're saying that we shouldn't censor that one because it's not a direct. And how is that any different than saying, well, it's not direct because I kind of agree with that stereotype?
There are lots of ideas that I disagree with that I don't think are as bad as sort of directly doing crude racial stereotypes in either.
Okay.
Right? That's like there are, this is like, I mean, again, I think like this is why I don't like calling everything like fascist or whatever. There are lots of things I disagree with that fall short of fascism. That's like, I don't want to. And, the question is not, should you have no rules whatsoever? No, we've agreed that would be silly. The question, but is also not just like, oh, don't censor these specific things because I agree with them. We're talking about stuff I disagree with, but I would like to, generally speaking, all else being equal, I would like to err on the side of more free discussion of controversial ideas, not less. That's the core of the disagreement.
Especially if there are ideas you agree with, right? Obviously.
Yeah, that's definitely what I said.
No, I'm making a bit of a joke there, but obviously, look, I don't want to straw man you. So
yeah, I mean, like again, I disagree with this stuff. Mm-hmm. I just don't want to censor it. I think that's a pretty straightforward combination of positions.
Right. I understand. Look, we get it. You want to censor things, but just egregious things. And this is not egregious. Yeah. Sitch, do you want to look? We really should wrap up. So
yeah, I tried to, and then you had nothing to do with the conversation. So don't look at me.
It sounds like we're in it on good terms, though, Ben. Would you agree if we invited you? Would you agree to come back again? That's always okay.
I would absolutely come back again.
Spirited debate is what we're all about, obviously. So
yeah. We have. Look, I've debated. I've debated some people I genuinely hate. You guys are fine. We just disagree.
Nice. We're gonna aspire to reach that level one day. Well, listen, you can come on next time. We'll talk about the Barbie movie or something. I don't know.
Yeah, totally. Something movies or something less contentious.
Yeah, like the Barbie movie is a very less contentious topic.
Yeah, I haven't seen the Barbie movie.
Oh, you should. You would hate it.
Yeah. I mean, it just doesn't really. Like I watched I've seen the preview obviously, but like it just, I kind of felt like, okay, I kind of see what you're doing here. It's like this meta thing. It's like the Lego movie or something. And it's like, I don't know, maybe it's fine. It just doesn't really seem like my kind of thing.
It's because you're a man and sexist.
Yeah, no doubt. But like, but yeah, we could talk about Barbie or socialism or whatever you want to talk about. I'm perfectly happy to do that.
Awesome.
All right, we'll do it again sometime. Take care, Ben.
Ben.
All right, thanks. Good.
Bye.
Have a good day.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Let's see. Magor for 7 months says you could see if you could get Vivek Ramaswamy or RFK Jr. on, pitch them on custodial voting.
Wow. I wonder if I could convince Vivek to go with custodial voting instead.
The scary thing is, I think you probably could.
That would be huge for our show. We would totally blow up if we could change Vivek's position.
Right.
That would be gigantic.
The Booster for $5 says, hey, Ben, I really enjoyed your discussion with Curtis Yarvin. I never saw that. Can you explain to Adam and Sitch what your critique and agreements with Yarvin's worldview are? Well, that'd be another 20 minutes, so we'll say that for next time. Gene Avery Penguin for 11 months says professionals could have an ounce of professionalism and keep their private and work lives completely separate. I agree. Jeannie, I'm praying for another $5 says CRT and its offspring schools of thought have been a massive contributing factor to decay in race relations across the country, if not the world. Yeah, I strongly agree. I thought that it's weird. I thought that there would be sort of, I thought he would have a similar position as the Moeller, which is that, and I'm sympathetic to, people that are classical Marxists not wanting to refer to CRT or wokeness or other things that I would refer to as cultural Marxism. I'm sympathetic to them not wanting that to be branded Marxist and then making the argument, well, removing the class elements from it, makes it not Marxism anymore. But I didn't think that there'd be a lot of pushback on the, like, well, this is derived pretty directly from, Gramsci and Marxism and the Frankfurt School and all that stuff. So, which I think it very clearly is. And I'm not sure how to argue against that, but
yeah.
Jay Greenleaf, thanks so much for $20, says racism is making judgments, assumptions, and or conclusions about an individual based solely on their skin color.
Mm-hmm.
True. Yeah.
That is, that's exactly what we're talking about. Like someone's privileged because they're white.
And I think it's pretty clear that if Republicans write a law and they use the word racism in it, it's going to be like a definition of racism like that, or a definition of racism you can just look up in the dictionary. It's not going to be, oh, by the way, we use this like hyper woke definition of racism where everything's racism. So when we say you can't believe, you can't teach that everyone's inherently racist, we're really saying like,
you can't teach anything.
Thing. Yeah, you can't teach
anything. You can't teach
anything.
about any institutions or systems because they're all imbued with white supremacy.
Right.
Government class is now illegal.
Right. Jose Caledro for 4 months. Thanks so much. Says Ben and many others cannot distinguish between teaching CRT as content descriptively and teaching through the lens of CRT prescriptively or praxis. Yeah, I mean, I think he understands, like, I don't know. I think this kind of like this dance, like he understands like the concept of it. The question is what exactly is being taught that fits into the CRT praxis, and what is there any trust to the education system and how it's being taught. And that's why I brought up the Nazism example, is that, I'm pretty confident, maybe some people on the left wouldn't be, but I'm pretty confident that in most schools, if they were teaching about Nazism or something to that effect,
people would lose their minds.
Well, no, I'm just saying, but if it's taught in the context of like World War II, right? They're saying like, oh, this is a unit on World War II.
Oh,
teaching
yeah,
about
yeah,
Nazism,
yeah.
right?
Of
But
course.
if they had some other class where they're just teaching about Nazism or something, you'd be like, well, that's a little weird, right? And there isn't, for most people that I don't think are a fringe, there isn't, at least currently, maybe there will be in the future, but there isn't like a super big concern that like if they're teaching about Nazism during World War II unit that they're advocating for it. But if you found that there was a guy who was teaching about Nazism specifically in a classroom or spending a lot of time on it, and then you also found out that this guy happened to be a groyper, you'd be like, well, wait a minute. Maybe I don't trust the groyper to be teaching children about Nazism, right? Maybe they're going to be, maybe they're going to be trying to sneak in some concepts about Nazism to sort of make, kids enjoy it. And that's why I asked the question. And I know I'm like radically simplifying it. But that's why I asked the question about like, well, why is teaching Nazism prescriptively bad? And it's because like, if you just hone in on the genocide thing, which is I think how most people will talk about it, I mean, how is that not the exact same argument people make about communism? All the people that died under Mao, all the people that died under Lenin, it seems
they leave all that part out though. They only focus on the equality and the helping people.
Right.
When they're teaching communism. Imagine teaching Nazism the same way.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the thing. Like you could very well easily teach Nazism and then just, well, I'm going to leave out all the genocide, right?
Oh, yeah.
Slate King for 9 months says, Ben is using the existence of alternative definitions of liberalism, racism, and CRT to avoid the principles being discussed. Yeah, there was a lot of like, what do all these kind of Sitch's law? We're kind of defining all these things in unusual ways. I don't know.
We have to keep this under 5 hours so we can
right.
so we can clip it and
I mean, it probably will be. We are going to read the super chats from
from other
last
days.
Tuesday
Yeah.
and last Wednesday, but
Just letting you know.
right. Shinto for 12 months says Ben is in a fantasy land where public school classes just discuss the curriculum rather than teach it objectively. Either learn it or you fail. Yeah, I agree. Old School for Vidar says the black middle class existed before the end of segregation and was thriving in the northern states, at least. There
That
you go.
seems objectively true.
Fondue for Vidar says, I always find it funny how everyone wants to wave around the Gadsden flag when the outcomes match their politics. Yes, I do agree with that.
What's that
definitely does
mean?
happen. Like the whole like hands-off, libertarian, let people teach controversial things, right?
Oh, yeah, exactly. Well, I was trying to get to that.
Yeah.
I don't want to say it again because I don't want to be accused of straw manning, but the people who are against CRT are against it because it's teaching negative stereotypes of whites. That's literally the reason they're against it.
Yeah, and I mean, I think, and I was going to ask this, but we got kind of sidetracked. I mean, obviously not going to agree with it. It's because, as I've always said, it's very easy for people to perceive threats from the other side of the political spectrum and easy to ignore threats from their side of the political spectrum, even if they disagree. And so I think it's very easy, just psychologically, for Ben to perceive the threat of far-right extremist ideologies creeping into the classroom and say, like, this is a bad thing, where to perceive the threat of, far-left ideology, even if he disagrees with it, it's going to be much closer to sort of what he would like. So I think it's just not perceived as
he's like
the same
we got to
level.
err on the side of free speech in this situation.
Right.
But if you have a Nazi teacher in a criminal justice class going over black crime statistics for 4 weeks, you're like going, what's going on here, right?
Right. And
maybe it's time to censor some people.
Right. And I guess building off of the creationism argument, I just thought of now a good way to sort of move, after that's brought up in a future conversation, is to move in the direction of, well, okay, so if we say that they're not going to teach creationism in science, what would you be opposed to teaching the concept in prescriptively in a philosophy class, or just in other classes in general, like the concept of original sin starts bleeding into the rest of the curriculum, right? So you get, even if you don't talk about creationism, just the Christian idea of original sin starts bleeding into everywhere. How is that? Is that something that should be taught in public schools?
Your math class, and it starts popping up in the word problems, right? How many of these people were saved? You've got 4 people who gave their life to Jesus, and you've got 7 people who didn't.
Right, and maybe we should use the concept of original sin in these conversations, just because then it has a clear kind of metaphorical relation to the original sin of racism, which kind of pops into all the CRT conversations. So
yeah.
AKA Batosai for $10 says, what things in Marxism does Ben disagree with?
Yeah, that was a little late in the game there.
Sure, but that's an interesting question. Okay. Let me read super chats from the previous streams.
We did look, if Ben comes back, we got to remember that he doesn't like when we accuse him of not answering the question. So as long
no one
as
likes that, Adam.
Well, but look, as long as we keep those, we get to move the topic forward.
Right.
Yeah.
Arithmus for $2 says, you'll never get a concession out of Ben on CRT because he doesn't really care about it. He's more concerned about the classroom taboo aspect because he's really afraid of anti-communism laws in the future. Yeah, I mean, I think you're right in terms of how the perception of this is, but I think you can just, I don't know. I just say that then, I guess. Just be upfront with what exactly the position is. So.
Yeah.
Did Ben attend the Noam Chomsky school and not agreeing but softly laying down cover anyways? Well done.
That's a little mean,
That's
but
funny. Well, Dr. Ditto is always a little mean. Like
look, it's difficult for anyone to come and have this kind of conversation. So I want to give Ben credit for actually doing it. Yeah.
Right.
And I think a little bit, I mean, obviously we're friendly with Anna Kasparian now. So I think having mutual friends in common, I think helps that. It's just, it's tough to do because everyone on your side, and we don't really have a side, so this doesn't really affect us as much. I mean, it does to some extent when people mischaracterize our positions for their own personal gain. But that happens a lot on the left. People will mischaracterize what people have said to try to, kick them out of the group. It's really brutal.
Right. Right.
Yeah. So a lot of times I feel like people have to kind of couch their words very carefully to avoid that. I mean, fortunately, Anna Kasparian's kind of just in a complete fuck it mode, which is
right.
Which we kind of are, and we've kind of been in that mode forever, right?
We've been permanently stuck in
I know
fuck it mode, so
that mode
which I think pisses a lot of people off, even in our own audience, pretty frequently.
Oh yeah, it does. Yeah, the number every time we talk about Ukraine, the number of comments that we get that tell us we should really do our research.
And it's like, I know.
As if we haven't done our research.
I know.
Like a bazillion times.
Right. Rhythmus for $2 says Ben's example of chilling effect in the classroom is a bad one because an example is clearly racist. Saying that white people categorically have a position of power in society over black people is racist and false. Yeah, I agree. Asif Artsy says Sitch for $2 says Sitch, did you read your DMs, Shana Tova? Let me read my DMs.
Well, I have his art, if that's what he's talking about. I brought up first I did miss the DMs. Yes. Zero Fox. Zero Fox.
Why are you saying it?
Well, I guess this is going to be clipped out.
We've
anyway,
already
so
said
we've
already cursed. So
I know.
Cursed,
but look, they do. There's the number of cursing. I think is a proportion of it. I try to save it to when it's really important.
Okay.
But
Zero Fox, that's his new name.
Zero Fox did this amazing picture.
Mm-hmm.
That is a play on the Sitch and Sammy both liking One Piece, the One Piece live action. And Doomer has inserted himself into the conversation here on top of the big dick box. And he says, I know like. Which is pretty hilarious. Yeah. I know like. Does Doomer like anything? He's taken over for you now, Sitch. He's the one that doesn't like
romantic comedies and romance movies because he doesn't have testicles. So.
Oh God, this is so good. This is hilarious. Yeah,
that's a great edit.
Excellent meme.
Thank you, Zero Fox.
Yeah, I know like.
I know like. Wow, was Doomer complaining about One Piece or something?
I don't even know.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, but
of course.
It seems like that would be a Doomer opinion.
Doomer, if this is incorrect, you should let us know.
Mm-hmm.
This is your new position now.
Right. Yeah, Doomer he did like a 5-hour video on his channel.
On One Piece?
No, on what's the name of the channel? Second Parallax, I think. That was all like going over the 100
romantic comedies.
The top 100 romantic comedies and putting them in a tier list. So.
Yeah. His number one was Safety Not Guaranteed.
Right.
Great movie.
Benjamin Anonymous for 1 month says, invite on more right-wingers like Curtis Yarvin or Vox Day to spice up and add variety to the debate at Leftist Tuesday. I don't know, maybe.
I mean, we've talked...
Very interested in talking to Curtis Yarvin, but...
We've talked to Sargon of Akkad, Carl Benjamin a bunch. We've talked to... I guess, is Dev really a right-winger?
No, Dev's a communist.
Everyone calls Dev a right-winger.
Right. Dev's not a right-winger.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about Vox Day, so...
I don't either. I do know I don't like Marvin Yarvin.
Yeah.
Oh, we've had Aiden Paladin on a bunch of times. She's a right-winger.
I don't know. We've not only debate a lot of right-wing stuff in the past. We've been hitting a lot of right-wing topics, complaining about them recently.
Yeah.
And
True.
I think our viewership has suffered because of it. So
Yeah.
I think we've triggered some people in our audience.
Yeah.
So
maybe so. Maybe the
I
Ukraine stuff. People really are,
right.
especially with the Republican primary going on. So
Okay.
it's a weird situation because there are two completely conflicting positions on Ukraine. And if you hold one and somebody else holds the other, they picture that as it's a ding on your credibility
Right.
that you don't agree with them.
Right.
Because you're
Well, of course,
disagreeing
that's
on the
true of
facts,
everything,
and they're
isn't it? I
saying
mean,
you don't
that's
know the
true.
facts. Well,
Right.
not necessarily. I mean, people understand in a religious context that people have different beliefs.
Well,
But
sure, if
this
you're
you're
talking about a
literally
moral, right, if you're talking about a moral claim as opposed to some kind of fact claim.
right. They're saying you don't even know the right facts.
I mean, is it just people triggered over Ukraine stuff? Because again, I mean, I don't know, I've said like a million times, you can have the position that you don't think we should be involved, because of you're isolationist or you're in favor or you're afraid of World War III or something. And that's fine. I would disagree with those positions, but I don't think any of those positions necessitate having incorrect fact claims about government conspiracies and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you can just have that position and just that can be your position. That's fine. Asif Arts has this picture. There's a comic where it's me and Adam, and I say, and Adam says, "Hi, Jimmy Dore. We'd be happy to have you on the show again." And then I break out into laughter. And Adam
Okay.
says, "It would be our genuine pleasure to have a good faith discussion with you." And I keep laughing. And then Adam says, "Stop it, Sitch. You're ruining everything." And I'm
Uh-huh.
trying to stop laughing. And Adam says, "As I was saying, the door is open, Mr. Door. I mean, the door is always." And then I keep laughing. And Adam goes, "Ugh." And he puts his head down. And I say, "It was a valiant effort, Adam. Proud of you."
The life of a producer.
Yep. That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
I don't know why
Very
you think he's
sad.
going to come back on, but I think you're living in a fantasy world.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I've been right before.
I mean, you have on some issues.
Yeah.
That's true.
I think a lot more people have come on the show than anyone would have ever thought possible.
That is also true.
I mean, Jimmy Dore's literally been on the show before. I mean, like,
I'm aware.
yeah. So,
Okay.
I think Sam's going to come back for a second time
Well,
too.
we have Sam said he would come back, so on record.
Well, no, I do think he is going to come back. To be honest with you.
Sure.
Yeah.
Caleb the Cynic for $5 says, "Happy Wednesday, boys. Unusual seeing you here. LOL." Well, thank you, Caleb. Soldos for Jar says, one CLD say, I don't know what one CLD means. Say Cedar just didn't get the signal. Hey, Adam. There you go.
What's that all about?
Because on Wednesday we watched the Sam Cedar Jesse Single conversation.
Oh,
so,
I gotcha.
I listened to the other day. Jesse Single has a podcast where he talks to Katie Herzog. I always say her name wrong. Herzog. And Blocked and Reported. It's very good. Apparently
Amazing.
Ben's a fan. It's funny. I bet Ben heard their last episode where they were talking about his conversation on Sam Cedar, and Jesse brought up how we covered it, and it was cathartic.
And Jesse liked it.
Yes.
I thought we were very cool.
Yes, to talk about it. So it's probably what he was. Ben probably heard that. But yeah, no. So yeah, and Jesse said he'd come on again, so hopefully he'll come on because I do want to talk to him about that appearance and trans stuff before we talk to Sam again. I sent him a DM about that. So
I'd say the Sam thing is 90% happening now.
Sure.
So, just to let you know. And yeah, that podcast was great because for some reason, I don't know. It was great. It was so awesome that Jesse called out two content creators at the same time that covered his exchange with Majority Report, and said that we were both cool and he liked us both and he'd been on both of our shows. Do you remember who those two content creators were?
Sitch and Adam, right?
Sitch and Adam was one, obviously, yeah.
That's two different people, though.
Well, but there was a
was a
third we
person.
I guess individually we are content creators, but together we are content creators as well.
Yeah.
Right. Sitch and Adam is one content creator, and the other content creator was, do you remember?
I do remember, yes.
Destiny.
That's right, yeah.
Apparently I was thinking, wow, I wonder if this is going to come up on Destiny's subreddit that seems to like be talking smack about us every day.
Mm-hmm. Well, about you. I don't know if I get talked smack about.
There's threads about you, man.
Oh, okay.
there definitely is threads about you. Okay. Yes. You're
Good
part of the conversation
awesome.
as well.
I mean, I am pretty based, so
there's always a few
right
underdogs in there, which I look most respect for you guys. Love you guys out there defending us.
That's true.
Against the slings and arrows of misinformation.
True.
Yes.
True and based. There you go.
Yes. Just like we are out there defending Jesse Single against the slings and arrows of misinformation being tossed at him. There are people, DGGers, who are defending us as well.
Right.
They get a lot of downvotes.
Sure, I bet they do.
But that's okay, you know. Anyone who's willing to stand up to the mob, I have the utmost respect for, Sitch. I hope you do too.
I do, 100%. I mean, obviously, especially if they're defending us, then they get extra.
Oh, of course.
Oh.
They must be fully stocked of free will.
Right. Fletcho McTaggy for 5 Canadians says Sam Cedar was briefly fired from MSNBC for having his tweets mischaracterized by conservative activists. Yeah, I remember, and we kind of went over this. He had some old tweet. I don't remember exactly what it was, but he had some old tweet from 2009 that was like supposedly satirical, and people were kind of taking it out of context. Oh, it was the then he made some comment about like you know, if his daughter was raped, he would hope it would be by like Roman Polanski or something, because he has a great sense of movies or something to that effect.
Who said that?
Sam Cedar tweeted out like, oh, well, if my daughter was ever raped, I hope it was by like, you know, someone talented like Roman Polanski. He made some comment like that. It was obviously a joke.
Yes, yeah.
Right. And yeah, he got in trouble for that tweet. So it seems kind of hypocritical for him to then jump on the train and attack Jesse over tweets and things out of context too. And this came up in the conversation, which is part of why the conversation was crazy, is like Sam acknowledges that he's not even familiar with Jesse's work. And it's like, well, if you're not familiar with his work, how can you criticize him? That's like an insane. It was insane that he said that. And it was even more insane that he would say that. No one in his audience would be like, well, how can you criticize him if you don't even know his stuff?
Come on.
It's exactly, and it's funny because it was just like we were talking about with Ben, whereas like, so Anna Kasparian puts out a tweet and like the number one complaint isn't necessarily the tweet, but it's the fact that Ben Shapiro retweeted it.
Yeah. No one's addressing the substance of the birthing person thing.
Right. And it's the same thing with Jesse, where it's like, well, the big complaint against him is some Republican AG somewhere cited some part of an article that he wrote, which Jesse then the next day wrote an article saying that they cited him incorrectly and he disagrees with them. But it doesn't matter. They cited his stuff, so that's all that matters. Someone on the right used your words in some way I don't like, so
you aided the enemy.
Essentially, that's the exact thought process. Yeah, you're aiding and abetting the enemy. So
they're shooting at us, and here you are giving them ammunition.
They're killing us. PC, thanks so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you, PC. Squeeze Louise for $5 says, anyone else notice Sam Cedar sounds just like Pleaky from Lilo and Stitch? Is that from the cartoon? I don't know who Pleaky is. I never watched it.
I don't either.
Let's see. Oh no, Pleaky was the eye guy.
When he comes back, we're gonna iron out that Lilo and Stitch stuff.
Plicky, Plicky was the character that was the guy that had the big eye. Yeah, he actually does sound a lot like that character. So I wonder if Kevin McDonald was doing like a Sam Cedar impression. Oh, Kevin McDonald is the guy that does Almighty Tallest Purple in Invader Zim. Okay, they do have a very similar voice. So there you go. We're not going to iron that out, Adam. That's literally a waste of time.
Every time, if we bring it up again, it's just going to make it worse, right?
Yeah. So it's funny. What I'm talking about is before the stream, I think Sam called me Stitch. And then we kind of were joking with him, saying like, "Oh, well, everyone makes that mistake because of the movie Lilo and Stitch." But I'm not named after that. And I think he even asked that. He said, "Are you named after that?" I said, "No, because it's Stitch. It's not Stitch." And he didn't even know. He wasn't even aware of what that movie was, which is kind of shocking to me. So I'm like, "Well, I don't even know how he could make the mistake. He's not even aware of the movie."
Well, and then he looked it up.
Yeah, he wasn't even aware of the movie Lilo and Stitch, which is kind of baffling. But then it was weird because then when he went back on his show, he said that I was named because of the character, even though explicitly had a conversation with him about how I wasn't. So I don't know if he just doesn't listen or doesn't remember, or I don't know what's going on there. It was very bizarre. Or if he's just being like a jerk, I have no clue. So
yes.
Fletchy McTaggy for 5 Canadian says Emma losing it about terminology is because it keeps changing in her bubble and not the wider medical community's top-down elitist word games. Yeah, that was so weird. That was her saying that, Jesse Single using the term gender dysphoria was outdated terminology, which clearly shows she has no clue what she's talking about at all. And that's why she basically ran away from the conversation. So she refused to engage in the conversation. But
you have to listen to that podcast I posted in DMs because they go into the standards of care.
Which one?
Here, I'll look it up real quick.
Okay. You posted a bunch of podcasts in the DMs.
No, I just posted
Adam's
one.
always sending me podcasts, and I'm always sending him pornographic pictures in response.
That is not true.
It's not true, but it should be true. I should just send him pictures of like elves, like zoomed into their ears or something. Every time Adam sends me a link to a video, I should just send him like a zoomed in shot of like elf ears.
You're terrible.
So
it's a Wesley Yang podcast. 0 year podcast.
We can resend it to me. There's too many elf pictures in the way.
Here it is.
Okay.
But they talk about he's interviewing this trans activist. That's a trans person that went through bottom surgery at 19 and regretted it at 30 and has really come to the opinion that there's no way young people can, or especially minors, can consent to this because they don't understand what they're in for in the future, and no one can explain it to them. They also talk about, it's super interesting because, look, I don't think I'm misgendering this person. I think they use he, him pronouns now, but he was saying that a lot of the people who have gone through these surgeries completely lie about the outcomes to be basically because they're embarrassed about how bad the outcomes are, and the outcomes are much worse than what's on record.
What's the name of this podcast?
Through talking to various people, and he's like, there's really about 3 different outcomes, and it's 30% each, and kind of lays out the outcomes, and you're just going, oh, this is like horrendous. Yeah.
What was the name of the podcast?
I just put it in DM. So.
Oh. Well, in case
I'll put it in the chat too. So
yeah, in case anyone else wants to, because it does sound interesting.
Yeah, super interesting. But they also go in depth in the standards of care, which is exactly the conversation Jesse Single was trying to have with Sam Cedar and Emma Vigeland. He said, look, here's the standards of care, but the question is, are people following the standards of care? And they, in the podcast, talk explicitly about how the law is written So the doctors don't really need to follow the standards of care because there's all these edge cases that are exceptions to the law that they can do. And it just so happens to be all the cases use the exception.
Right.
And if one practitioner says, look, I'm going to stick by the standards of care, 2 years of therapy before any sort of medical interventions can be done, that person is going to go to a different doctor who's going to exercise the exception. And that person is going to go out of business. They're not going to be in business anymore, right?
Right.
So therefore, the standards of care are not being followed. Yeah. And Jesse even says this in that exchange with Sam Cedar and Emma Vigeland. He says, that's the question. Are people using the standards of care? And I just think the Emma Vigelands of the world are like, of course they are using the standards of care, right? When they really they don't know anything about it. They hope they're using the standards of care, but I think the evidence is strongly in favor of the fact that they aren't.
Yeah, that would be my position. So definitely the way it seems. So, I mean, part of the standards of care is supposed to be that there's a year-long, well, here's kind of the issue, because it's supposed to be kind of like a year-long engagement with a child before you do anything at all.
Right, yeah.
And trying to sort out and trying to solve if they have anxiety, depression, OCD, some other issues that are maybe unrelated to the gender dysphoria and could be confused for gender dysphoria. That was the whole point of doing that.
That's the conversion therapy part of the.
Right. I mean, that's how they would characterize it. And so I feel like a lot of that waiting period and a lot of that trying to figure out whether these things are really associated with gender dysphoria or not are all being kind of thrown out the window in the name of political correctness. So
I agree.
Fletcho McTaggy for 5 Canadian says, have you guys discussed that Emma is a trust fund baby of 2 U.S. attorney parents? She has no clue about the realities of being working class. Yeah, I think we talked about that in the past when she kind of made her comments about how it's just like the rich people that take the train in from New Jersey or from Rhode Island or whatever she said into New York that want to like have public transportation be safe. And she kind of made this insane argument about how it's really only rich people that want to get crime and poor people cleaned off the streets, as if the people that don't live there also don't want crime and homeless people living on the streets as well. And it came up because I think she had gone to some very expensive private school. So
she also seemed to make the case that you needed a little bit of crime to get the property values down so poor people could afford to live there.
Yeah, she was kind of
sound like what?
Yeah, it sounded like she was making kind of a very crazy argument about how, well, if they clean up the crime and homeless people, the property values will go up and then they'll just gentrify and price out like poor people from actually living in the area. And I'm like, all right.
So basically poor people have to have crime. They have to live with crime.
Right.
Sorry, that's just the way it is.
Yeah. It's like, all right, I don't know about that one, but okay. Fletcho McTaggy for 5 Canadian. Thank you, Fletcho gave a bunch on that day. Says Sam feels disrespected by Jesse, yet knows nothing of Jesse's work. Yeah, it was weird. There was like this weird thing where, like, the subtext of the conversation, I think, was that Jesse. So in the original conversation, Emma basically went on the show, and it was just her and Matt Lech and I forget someone else, and they were basically just crap talking Jesse, and Jesse claimed that they were saying things that were untrue and that they were being slanderous and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And he sent this in a letter to Sam, and Sam at first seemed to be kind of on board with creating some kind of retraction or something. And then, once he had the conversation with Emma, obviously that all went out the window and he just 100% took her side and defended her. So I think he was trying to, in the conversation, create this like fog, this context of how he could say, oh, well, this is how I agreed with Jesse in the email, but then on stream I basically shed all over him, essentially. So to accuse Jesse of being deceptive somehow.
Well, they had the email exchange where he seemed to be amicable to some sort of retraction, but then didn't they go on the show again and dig the hole deeper?
Yes.
And that was
right
before, and then he was like, what the hell? I thought you were going to give me a retraction.
You said you were going to retract and you just
And
spit
then
in my
that's when
face.
they came up with a call in thing,
Yeah,
which I don't know why you would like. If you're publicly slandering the guy, why would you turn to the call in thing? But
yeah, and also like, the call, and it's funny because Jesse echoed what I said, or he confirmed what I said, I should say, which is that, when Jesse called into the Sam Cedar show, they're all like, oh, they acted like it was just some kind of surprise that he called in. Like, oh, well, what a pleasant surprise. You just called in. When obviously this had been set up from beforehand and was expected. So just the whole framing about it was dishonest. The fact that they basically just didn't let him speak at all. And they just used it as an opportunity to shout at him for 20 minutes. It's dishonest. And that's part of why I didn't want to call in. Because whenever you if you're like a call into like a show like Sam Cedar, there could always, especially someone who's a bad faith actor like them in that context, there's the context of the conversation could very well be built around this. We're not gonna have a conversation where you can explain yourself. I'm just going to sort of yell at you and virtue signal, which is exactly what that conversation was.
yeah.
Fletcher McTaggy for another 5 Canadian says Sam is directly lying here. On a show from May, Sam implied that Jesse has closeted perverted motives for his research. He is absolutely lying. Perverted? Wow.
That wouldn't surprise me.
What is the perversion?
Well, no,
I'm
it wouldn't
curious.
surprise me that Sam would make that accusation. It would surprise me if that was true.
Yeah, I understood.
Yeah.
But I mean, what is the perverted motives here? Are they saying? I mean, if Jesse was
I think it was like he was attracted to trans people.
Yeah, but if Jesse's a chaser, then shouldn't he be supporting them? Why would he be not supporting them?
I don't know.
Doesn't make any sense.
Look, there's this stereotype about conservative Christians that they're closeted gays.
Mm-hmm.
So,
okay,
maybe that's the thing that they're saying.
Federal Burger for $5 says this is a certified public service announcement situation. Also, hi, Adam.
Hi.
There you
Look,
go.
I found my hi. I have the hi Adam in here somewhere.
There you go.
Where's my hi Adam?
Fletcher McTaggy for another 5 Canadian says Emma is just a rich, mean girl. I don't disagree. Lieutenant Sasquatch for $5 says Sam, quote, doctors work things out. But what if, quote, working it out ends up going against Sam's biases? Do you think you would find their findings credible? Yeah, I mean, this whole kind of like blind appeal to authority is kind of silly to me when in the same breath they'll make the argument that like, well, they used to classify being gay as like a mental disorder. Mm-hmm. So how can you in one breath say, oh, we can't have blind faith in our institutions because our institutions have led us astray in the past so many times. But now that they're saying something I like, we have to have blind faith in our institution. So.
Yeah, that's a hypocrisy problem right there.
Now, and to be clear, the inverse of that is also true. Just because an institution has made bad decisions in the past doesn't mean it's automatically untrue now. It just means that you have to look at everything individually and try to figure out the truth of it. As lame as that is.
How do you make the argument that CRT is making... Like, how would you go about convincing Ben that CRT is making negative stereotype?
I don't know. That's not really my concern because he keeps saying he doesn't like CRT. So because one of the questions we didn't have time to get to was I was curious to ask him, how has the left changed since 2014? Like everyone acknowledges that there has been a change. And yet it seems like a lot of people on the left are just hesitant to call that change what it is, which I think is the change from being rooted in liberal principles to cultural Marxist principles. And if he doesn't want to call it cultural Marxism, that's fine, but we got to call it something.
Yeah, I agree. That's the problem.
Nicholas Van Neal for 2 Aussie bucks says, look at that based patriarch Sam over here. There you go. That was in relation to Sam probably telling Emma that she can't go on Jesse's podcast. Yeah.
You can't go on a date with that guy. He's untrustworthy.
Right.
I don't like the way he looks.
Right. Stug, thanks so much, Stug, for 17 months. Stug says, do you know the Muffin Man?
I don't.
You
tell me
don't
about
know the Muffin Man. Wow.
I am the Eggman. I am the Walrus.
Uh-huh.
I am the Muffin Man.
Right. He lives on Mulsbury Lane.
Cuckoo, cuckoo.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, he lives on
Am I
Drury
right?
Lane. I don't even know any of this. I don't. I guess I didn't know him. I was thinking of the Muffin Top Man, who is not to be confused with the Muffin Man.
How do you feel about DuckDuckGo?
Why
I
do you
know.
have? Oh my God!
What?
You have the joints everywhere.
I'm doing,
Stop
look,
it! It's
I'm doing
so
some art.
dumb. Get the joints out.
I'm
You know
doing
that's
some,
probably getting our stream demonetized. Like you
not
understand that, right?
even
Wait,
close.
literally one of the things is advocating for drug use.
This is like wacky tobacco.
Oh my God, stop.
Look, I
It's
roll
not
my own.
okay, it's not funny. I'm putting my foot down. It's stupid. It's not funny. It's probably in the stream demonetized. I actually despise it. I just don't, it's so dumb.
Look, I'm Googling
Get rid of it.
sunglasses.
It's just so stupid.
I'm Googling sunglasses PNG right
Yeah.
now.
Uh-huh.
I gotta fix up your avatar for you.
Yeah, you can put sunglasses on, that's fine. Just the
Okay.
joints are so dumb.
What kind of sunglasses you want?
I want the joints out of there is what I want.
They're gone already.
Okay.
Quit your complaining. Oh my God.
Jeez.
You're worse than Destiny's subreddit.
Just acknowledge it then, you fuck. Okay, Solos for $2 says, so the ADL really stinked up a hefty musk, eh, Adam? Ah, there you go.
Yes.
There you go.
That works.
Crispy Crim for $10 says, hey, Sitch, just here to put some coins in your cup. Thank you. But I'll tune in later for a bit of ambiance at work. As a fellow shadow person, I'm sorry to say, but A-Team is supreme. Wow.
Yes. Look at that.
Terrible.
Everyone knows it, Sitch.
What?
That A-Team reigns supreme, obviously.
Okay.
Obviously.
Sure.
Oh, look at this.
Sure.
Just looks like a cop now.
I am a cop. I am the law.
Look at
Super
this.
Saiyan G for $5 says he sounds like Ben Shapiro.
Ben Burgis does?
No, this was from the ADL Elon Musk
Oh.
conversation. So, Ronoro Zero for $5 says the ADL says ACAB is a white nationalist racist phrase. Look up ACAB. Yeah, we did. That was insane. That is kind of baffling. I mean, I'm sure there are some white nationalists that say that, but it's hilariously because nowadays, you know, it seems it's mostly overwhelmingly leftists that are throwing the ACAB thing out there.
Of course. Yeah. They love their ACAB. I don't know why.
Tommy Simonson for 50 DK dollars says X is the town square. Let it be that. You block people you don't like. No one needs the ADL to do that for them.
Yeah.
Tommy Simonson for another 50 DK dollars says, Sitch, what is the upside to cutting babies' genitals? You don't care, sure, but why?
Oh, yeah. This was a big controversy. Big controversy.
Really? Maybe I mean, there's a bunch of people got triggered because I said it's really fucking stupid to compare male circumcision to female genital mutilation.
Yes.
Okay. Well, first of all, it is really fucking stupid because
How dare
number
you.
one, well, no, I'll tell you why. Because number one,
that's why
as I said then, female genital mutilation is done pretty explicitly for the purpose of making it so women do not feel sexual pleasure or are actually in pain during sexual intercourse. That is the purpose of it. That is the explicit purpose of it.
It's to curb their sexual appetite.
Right.
Yeah.
Obviously, male circumcision does not have that effect.
No, I can testify that this is true.
Yes. Okay. Most American men can testify that that is not an effect on
not
their sexual
remotely
appetite.
The case.
Right. Yeah. So to just compare it on that level is really stupid. Now, putting that aside, you can say, okay, that's fair. The comparison is stupid, but why should it be done if it doesn't really confer, really a great health benefit? And my answer to the question is, I don't think it should be done unless it's your religion. Like, okay, if you don't want to do, like, that's why I'm saying I don't care. Since if you don't want to do it, then don't do it. But if people want to do it if people want to do something because it's part of their religious practice, and it's a very important part, it's like a core part of their religious practice. Because in Judaism, it is supposed to be part of literally the way in which you show you have a covenant with God. Okay. So this would essentially be like saying Christians can't do communion. or baptism or something to that effect. It would be on that level of like egregiousness to the religion. Obviously the actions are different. One's more severe, but in terms of like what it means to the people practicing the religion, that's what it would mean. It'd be like saying you can't do communion, you can't do this thing that is your covenant with God. So if you're not Jewish and you don't want to do it, then okay, then don't do it. Like I don't know. It's really at that point, I think it's really more of an aesthetic thing, and that's about it. And if you don't think it's worth it aesthetically, then don't do it and don't have your kid do it. Who cares? But to basically restrict someone, like, and here's the thing, I don't know how you can say that you're in favor of liberalism and you're in favor of freedom of religion if essentially you're saying, well, someone can't do something for religious reasons that doesn't really have any negative repercussions on their body or their life in any way whatsoever, but you just don't like it, so you don't want them to do it.
But Sitch, I'm going to channel the comment section for you. But Sitch, circumcision is a very, very, very dangerous procedure.
I don't think that's true.
Very, very dangerous.
I don't believe that's actually true.
What?
What are the complication rates of circumcision?
I read it in the comments. It's got to be true.
What are the complication rates of circumcision?
Look, this is what I was thinking. I'm like, look, if it was dangerous, it wouldn't be commonplace.
Right.
If you had 50% of them were botched, people would stop doing it. They'd be like, okay, I'm changing my religion, honey.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's commonplace. I'm certain they probably have incidents, but the incident rates are probably very, very low. Look, they have to be minuscule.
Right.
On par with something like vaccination.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, why would you do it?
Yeah, I mean, I see one thing that says 1.5%. I see another thing that says between 0.2 and 5%. So you'd have to look into it more. But so again,
well, if you're going for discount circumcision,
right,
in the alley behind the hospital,
sure.
I mean, obviously, you're going to run into trouble.
And also, when you look at the complication rate, you would have to, put away severe versus permanent complications versus non-permanent.
Oh, you're right.
To me, this is like, I don't know how you can say you're in favor of liberalism if it's like, okay, well, you have something that has a very low complication rate of having any sort of permanent damage, and it's some important part of someone's religion, and it doesn't really cause harm unless there is one of these very rare catastrophic complications, and that's about it. And you're still going to be against that. It's like, okay, well, then you're just not in favor of freedom of religion. And it's like this weird straining, like it's this bizarre straining for universalism because people want to tie it into female genital mutilation when it doesn't. And the fact that circumcision is so commonplace in America should be pretty evidence of that.
People do use it's dangerous because they want
so then
to
don't
say,
do it. Don't do it for your kids. I don't know what to say.
People want to say it's dangerous to outlaw it, obviously, because that. And if it was dangerous, I mean, I'd be in favor of outlawing it, right?
Yeah, if there was some severe complication rate. Well, here's what you have to like everything. So to quote Thomas Sowell, okay, everything in life, everything has positives and negatives, and you have to try to balance them out. And you understand that if you say that you're going to basically make it illegal to get a circumcision, you're basically saying you're making it illegal for Jews to be Jews in your country. And so in my mind, I'm not saying that would be 100% like, because obviously I do think female genital mutilation should be illegal. And some people would make the same argument for whatever sect of, even though it's a very specific sect, I don't believe most Muslim Muslim countries practice that or anything. So that kind of defeats the argument where basically all sects of Judaism practice circumcision, to my understanding, knowledge. Is that you have to say, well, okay, how dangerous is this procedure, and does the procedure really create some sort of very negative harm on the individual? And it's just not there with circumcision. It's not like female genital mutilation. It's not like, there are Christian scientists and people that will be dying and they'll refuse blood transfusions for their children and things of that nature. It's just not even in the same ballpark. To me, there's like this weird convention of people who are literally just anti-Semitic, which I don't think is the majority of people, at least in our comment section. And then sort of this misdiagnosis of just kind of straining for a universality here because it somehow gets tied into female genital mutilation, even though it's really shouldn't be conceptualized the same way.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I just am addressing the comments.
Sure,
so
sure.
people, yeah, a lot of people left comments. We talked about it and just kind of moved on. I never would have thought it was a big deal.
Yeah. Well, there's like this weird movement, and I don't know if that's where the people who are leaving angry comments come from. There's like this movement now of people who were circumcised who feel like they've been betrayed or something, and like they want their foreskin back. And I mean, I don't understand the thought process there or why anyone cares, but whatever. If you care, then, fine, I guess. If you want to advocate that people shouldn't be doing it that are not Jewish, I wouldn't even be opposed to doing that. Myself personally, I don't even know if I have a child that's male. I honestly don't even know if I would get them circumcised. I'm conflicted about it myself, but I just think to outlaw it is preposterous.
Yeah, no. Isn't that like a rite of passage for males to realize, oh, wow, dongs are different. Some people are different.
Is that a path? I mean, if you say so. I never conceptualized.
Well, do you have like all your friends were circumcised, right?
I didn't look at all my friends' dicks, so I couldn't tell you.
I mean, there's situations.
Yeah, where you're staring at each other's dicks.
Or it's like unavoidable.
Really?
You're gonna see another dong, yeah.
Okay. No, I mean people I knew growing up.
Well, you've seen other dongs in porn, right?
True.
And you've never seen an uncircumcised dong in porn?
I have seen uncircumcised penises in porn, yeah.
Well, so the first time you see an uncircumcised penis and you're circumcised, you're like,
what the fuck is that thing?
Yeah, you're like,
ew.
What's going on?
Yeah.
What happened here?
No, and I know, I've had like friends of mine.
They did what to my dick?
Yeah. Friends of mine, I've had friends that are both circumcised and uncircumcised, obviously.
The same person?
No, not the same person, but
I didn't know that was an option.
Right. So.
Yeah. No, I'm with you.
Kid Truck 91 for $5 says, "Hey, guys, glad to see you guys are streaming more often." Well, thank you.
Yeah, there's a bunch of nice comments on our shorter streams too.
Right. Radagast for $5 says, "I'd love if you guys would have Eric Kluper on to discuss circumcision. He has a lecture called Sex and Circumcision, an American Love Story." I mean, it's really not a topic I give a shit about.
Yeah, I don't care. Is he gonna? What's he care for?
I don't know.
Is he gonna come out and advocate for baby rights? Oh, it hurts the baby, and the baby could.
Well, see, here's my
without
problem.
This experience.
Here's my problem when people leave like a message like this or something.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know if this is true, but so when I Google Eric Klopper, okay, the second result says, let's see.
People were really mad that we didn't care too, by the way. So we probably shouldn't say that. Look, I care.
No, fuck. I don't care. I don't give a shit what people say. I don't care about it that much. I mean, I care about it in terms of, I think that if you're making it illegal, you're basically saying Jews can't live in your country. And I think that's a completely fair critique. And if you want that to be true, the action has to be so severe to merit that. And it's just not. And you can't really bring forward a good argument, for that. And it does, and I don't know if that's where people who are leaving in our comment section, but a lot of the comments I do here are just so close to sort of smacking of anti-Semitism that I think people need to be careful when they criticize it. But
you could be making this criticism and your heart is in the right place. You're doing it because you don't want pain to come to a baby and everyone's looking at you like you're a huge anti-Semite.
Right. Well, if people just throw out these like, oh, it's just, you want someone to kiss the baby dick. You want to harm babies. You like to mutilate baby genitals. Like, it's like, oh, okay. So, but, so this article about Klopper says, Klopper piqued my interest by mentioning a group that conflates nearly all criticism of them with discrimination. Klopper then begins to set the stage, citing his own background, the fact that he's a cisgendered white male from privilege. He speaks of his knowledge of circumcision.
He's doing it for care harm.
Right. He speaks of his knowledge of circumcision and warns us his talk will be controversial. His left-wing frame and rhetoric early on should not dissuade you. Klopper quickly ends up headed down a rabbit hole that I'm not sure I even fully grasp. He says, let's see. There was something here about calling it satanic, and I was like, what?
Read that part.
Klopper describes circumcision as a satanic ritual, a blood sacrifice, and Judaism as genital mutilation cult.
Okay.
So, but this is why I get annoyed, because sometimes people are like, oh, you should talk to this guy. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then I look up like, this guy's a fucking crazy person. And you're like, oh, thank you for recommending that I talk to some like deranged individual who would not. I mean, if someone's saying that circumcision is a satanic ritual and a blood sacrifice, what are the chances that you could have some kind of good faith conversation with them? You know, the answer is
that
zero.
We're going to agree. Look, they're going to come on our channel and want to lecture us about this satanic cult, and we're just going to have trouble shutting them up.
Right. Right. So, well, so yeah, I don't think I'm going to be talking to Klopper on a conversation for a topic I don't really feel that strongly about.
The Klopper.
The Klopper, yeah.
You do feel strongly about it, though.
I feel strongly about saying that it should be outlawed for everyone. I don't feel strongly about individual people doing it or not.
Right. Yeah. That's an important distinction, though, because you do feel strongly about it. Like if they came out and were like, we're going to make this illegal, we'd be like, okay, true, now we care.
Point. Yeah. No, I care about it. I care about someone saying it's illegal. I don't care about you doing it. If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. It's very simple.
Well, and if they came out and said everyone needs to do it, if they're like forced vaccination, look.
Right. And I think there's an argument to be made that, there has been, my understanding is that the health benefits for it are negligible or minor. And there has been a wrong push for it to be common practice in America when it doesn't need to be. And I think that's a totally legitimate argument to make. But then people just always have to take it too far. So
there was probably a time when it was common practice based on that myth. And then someone did a double-blind study and they're like, wait a second.
Yeah, right.
There's no health benefits to this.
Sure. Well, there's some benefits. They seem to be relatively, my understanding is there are minor benefits. They're not enough to necessarily merit doing it for that reason. I mean, I think you should do it just because it looks better, but whatever.
Well, I do. There is an aesthetic component. I mean,
right. But obviously, I think it looks better because I'm used to seeing my own dick. So,
of course, yeah. I mean, it looks great on me. I don't know how it would look on somebody else, but
that's true.
And I mean, no complaints from the wife. So what? Yeah. Look, it's just like
right. What you missed for 2 months says, wait, I need to use the restroom. Can you guys wait till I come back? Larry, listen, you can always pause it. We'll be waiting.
Yeah, there's pause.
So,
what do you think? I gave you some sunglasses. Oh, I should have waited. I guess it's been.
I do
the blue lenses.
The blue lenses, yeah. I do look like a cop.
I think it looks cool. Looks cooler with a blunt, but I'll spare you.
A second. Solo for $10 says a counter to the quote, if it's not happening, why are you so mad argument about anti-CRT laws is that legislation is wasting its time on this when it could be doing other more important things. Well, I think that is a potential argument, but usually that's not the argument I hear. Usually the argument I hear is what Ben laid out, which is that it's going to have the chilling effect.
Yeah, we really need to talk. Look, white people are racist as fuck, and we need to talk about that in public school, okay?
Well, no,
we don't want to run afoul of this CRT law.
The problem
because
is
it says we can't talk about that.
To be as good faith as possible to Ben and the argument.
Look, this isn't Ben's argument. I'm saying this is the argument that I'm like hearing. No, I hear this argument. This is the argument I think most people are making.
This is Sam's argument. Sam Sears' argument. Yeah.
Right.
But to be as good faith and charitable as possible to Ben and Ben's argument and the argument about the chilling effect. They have not countered my argument, which is, well, the chilling effect is not created by the law. The chilling effect is created by the improper reporting of the law. Because if the reporting was done correctly.
Bingo.
And it just said, hey, you can talk about people having unconscious bias. You just can't say that they have it because they're white. Then there wouldn't be a concern, and people could still talk about what if they really, really need to talk about unconscious bias anyway. The law wouldn't run afoul of that at all.
What if the media came out and said, listen, this law says that they can no longer teach that all white people are racist.
Mm-hmm.
And they still lost their shit over it. They were like, what?
Right.
That's going to have a chilling effect in the classroom.
Mm-hmm. True.
How are we supposed to teach that all white people are racist?
Right. Well, that's the problem. That's the problem. But Jeff Schatz for $20. Thank you, Jeff. Says, hi, Sitch. You asked if Sam doesn't listen, didn't understand, or just being stupid. The answer is yes. Thanks for the streams. Well, thank you, Jeff. That's probably true.
That was based.
Mason joined for $5. Says, you just finished replaying the Dark Souls games. I limited my video game playing to only when you stream, so thank you for the few extra hours lately. Well, you're welcome. That's a good strategy. So we're going to be streaming through the week a couple times, so you'll have more time. There's a lot of things to cover. Yeah,
we're going to cover the Temple Brianna Wu for a 2-hour stream, 2 hours or less, hour and a half, 1.52. Yeah. And also the Chris Matthews, right?
Yeah, and then also there's a third thing. So maybe we'll do three streams.
What was it?
The Brianna Greyjoy on Kyle Kalinske.
Kyle Kalinske, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a lot to cover.
Wow.
Vinny the Doorman, thank you. Look at this. Vinny the Doorman just joining the Free Will Seekers. Vinny, you are not a member? How's that possible?
Yeah, what's going on?
I've seen you have a green name, I thought. Well,
welcome
back, for rejoining. Calvin Pafford for $5 says circumcision has some health benefits, but it's almost totally null to me. It's like 55 to 45 in favor of circumcision, so you might as well just do it. Well, there you go. There you go.
It is just, I was told that usually it's done if the father's circumcised. It's just like, it's a aesthetic thing. It is kind of weird, you know, as a parent, I guess, explaining it, right?
What do you mean?
Well, when your kid discovers that they've been circumcised.
Oh, I guess.
Why are dongs different? Why is my dong different than Billy's?
Right.
Well, when you were a little kid, we decided to cut your dog.
There you go. There you go. I actually don't even remember the conversation at all. We were having this conversation with my parents.
I remember reading an article, it might have been in Playboy magazine, where this guy was uncircumcised and super bent out of shape about it and decided to get circumcised in his 20s. And I was like, oh my God, thank goodness. I mean, can you imagine?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do that as an adult. I mean, I definitely wouldn't want to do it as an adult.
Oh.
I'm sure it hurts, so.
What kind of anesthesia do you use for that?
Right. Yeah. I mean, I would not. I would never critique someone for not wanting to do it, especially as an adult. So.
Yeah.
100%. CT for $2 Canadian says, don't forget to shout out Danny Grover's GoFundMe. And Danny Grover gave us £2 and said, thank you, CT.
Yeah, cool.
Okay, I'll put a link to it. Danny Grover, who is a Sitch and Adam fan, has a GoFundMe to help his girlfriend and their son or her son prevent them from becoming homeless.
Ouch.
So it's pretty rough. So yeah, if you want to support that, I'll put a link in the chat. Check it out. PC for $20. Thank you, PC. Says, Sitch, is your argument against female genital mutilation? You had an acronym, but so I was like, why is it FMG? It's FGM. Female genital mutilation.
Oh, okay.
Just that it's egregiously harmful. I think the conflict is because transing female genital mutilation and circumcision all cause harm to those that can't consent. Some cultures consider it a rite of passage. So okay, it depends on how we're defining harm, right? Because I don't know if you know this, a lot of people will pierce their babies' ears if they're girls. They'll give them a little ear piercing at a very young age.
Really? I didn't know
Yeah.
this was going on.
Yeah, no, this happens pretty frequently. And you don't necessarily need to be against it or in favor, but say, okay, is that harm? Is it harm to if your child reaches for something hot and you slap their hand really hard? Is that harm? If you allow your child to just scream and scream and scream because you think they need to get out of their system, is that harm? Like, you can't just say, well, something harms someone, so it's bad. There has to be something more complicated than just it causes harm. And it's the same thing with sort of transitioning, because you say, well, is it harm? And it's like, well, are you harming the body by transitioning? You're cutting off working organs and maybe replacing them with other things. It's like, yes, but if the concept is that the person is getting some kind of net benefit from it overall, then it's fine. Or at least that's my opinion, is that it's fine. If it's going to prevent them from committing suicide, or if it's going to create a better quality of life for them, then it's fine. And it's not, I wouldn't really classify that as harm. My argument against female genital mutilation is it's done explicitly for the two purposes that I said. It's done to limit someone's sexual function, okay, and sexual pleasure. That's the point of it. The point of it is that you, as an individual, will not experience sexual pleasure. That is the purpose of doing the action, okay? Now, I don't know how are we supposed to have a good faith conversation if you're going to compare that to circumcision, where circumcision does not have that effect at all. How are we supposed to have a good faith conversation if you're supposed to say these two actions, one that has completely different outcomes and completely different purposes, are the same? I don't even know how to have the conversation in good faith at that point. So yeah, my argument against female genital mutilation is the explicit purpose, the amount of harm that it causes, where obviously with male circumcision, that's not the case. That is not the purpose, nor does it cause really any level of harm unless there's some sort of complication, which is rare. So.
Completely different.
Yeah, it feels like a very overly simplistic, like thought terminating cliche, I guess, to sort of conceptualize it that way. It's like someone just saying, I'm a free speech absolutist, when they're not really a free speech absolutist, because they're in favor of restricting some things, as all people are. So.
Yeah.
That cringe for 12 months says, Sitch, I can't decide if I want to cut my foreskin because it's already been done. Also, did you like the One Piece live action? I hate that they cut so much. Well, yeah, I'm saying it's your choice in terms of it's really your parents' choice. So you can take that up with your parents, I guess. And again, and this is why it's like the conversation kind of annoys me, is because, as I said, I'm not even sure whether I would circumcise my child, because I'm conflicted over it. And if you want to have a conversation about that, it shouldn't be in America, it shouldn't be seen as the standard, then I think that's a fine conversation to have. On my topic, my concern is only about people saying it should be illegal, or people just, again, wrongly conflating it with female genital mutilation, which is ridiculous. Regarding
well,
One
they're
Piece,
doing it just to like make you seem like a bad person.
Yes,
they
right.
do it for the same reason that they call abortion baby killing. Or
yeah, I do. Stuff. Yeah, I do interpret it as 100% bad faith,
and that's why it's annoying, is because you sense that it's emotionally manipulative. And look, I don't like to be emotionally manipulated, so right? I'm assuming you don't either.
Right. Yeah. It's like saying, well, it'd be like saying, well, I mean, you shouldn't pierce your ears because you're modifying your body. How's that any different than female genital mutilation?
Yeah. How's that any different than a double mastectomy?
Right. Yeah. You're like, it's the same thing. I mean, even to compare circumcision to like transition procedures is wildly strange to me too.
Yeah. Look, I've been circumcised and I've had plenty of great sex. And it's,
there you go.
Like, it's affected my sex life not
Zero.
at all.
Yeah. Listen, it definitely didn't slow Adam down. Okay.
Exactly.
If anyone needed to be slowed down, it was Adam, and it did not have an effect.
Yes.
So it does come off as a bad faith comparison to me. As for the One Piece live action, yeah, I tried to watch the anime a while ago, and it's just so slow and so drawn out. So I don't know what exactly they cut out because I only watched like I don't know the first 5 episodes maybe of the anime like a long time ago, and so the fast pace cutting all out the fat in the live action I was totally on board with. So that's why I did like it. I mean, I'm sure if I got into it, there are details and there are things like, oh, I'm so annoyed that they cut out my favorite XYZ because that's always the case. Whenever I watch something, I go, I like this. And then I read the source material. I'm like, oh, they cut out all this good stuff. So
Yeah,
same
it
thing with Game of
happens.
Thrones, but you know. Mr. Ubercross for $20. Thank you, Mr. Ubercross. Says a liberal is a person who believes the aim of the government should be to protect individual liberty. Laws should be carefully crafted to be as minimally intrusive as necessary and designed not to favor a specific group. I agree with that.
Yeah, that's good.
I agree with that.
It's a great way to put it. It is the incrementalism aspect of it is interesting though.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's more from the Marxist perspective because they're focused on this revolutionary attitude. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I wouldn't call a core component of liberalism being like, we have to take things slow. We have to take it step by step. Not too many quick changes. I don't see that as a part of the philosophy of liberalism. That veil of ignorance joke killed it, man. That was awesome.
Right. Yeah, I mean, and I don't see how Rawls or veil of ignorance or any of that stuff. I mean, and this I guess this is related to some of the super chats about the topic. It does annoy me when we have these conversations with people who are Marxists or socialists, and there's this kind of like weird game of, well, what does liberalism even mean anyway? And it's like, come on, like,
yeah, I know.
what are we doing? Like,
and not only that, it means just because it means 10 different things doesn't mean we have to talk about those 10 different things.
right.
Who cares?
Right.
Who cares what those other people think? We're having a conversation here between us. Right?
Yeah. The most dope for $2 says public education discourse has me so doom-pilled. The schisms between ideologies feel so unbridgeable. Trans advocates think they're simply teaching undeniable facts. We're just waiting for this all to hit a breaking point. Yeah, I agree.
Yep, it is. That's called the climax.
Hot. Arithmetic for $2 says also Ben's taking exception to the Marxist origins of CRT is pretty pedantic. Tracing your genealogy back to thousands of years ago is a bit different than tracing your genealogy back to your dad. Yeah. I mean, I felt like there's a lot of I feel like there's just so much hedging going on in that realm of the conversation. There's so much hedging and that's fine. I know he doesn't want to associate, what he likes with that ideology. And if he wants to make an argument that he thinks it should be referred to as something different, I'm open to make that argument. But you do have to be like kind of straightforward and upfront with like how the philosophy got to where it got and how, yes, essentially is Marxism where they just kind of carved out, they Mad Libs raced away and put in race. That's a huge part of what CRT and what a lot of these kind of cultural Marxist philosophies are. So.
Yeah, I'll have to listen back. I hope I wasn't too harsh or unfair. The hedging bothers me because it's so time consuming. Like that's just my thing. There's a whole thing that we didn't even talk about because we really didn't have time to talk about it. So he did a conversation with these other guys on this other channel, and I understand when the right says cultural Marxism, what they're saying is they're talking about viewing society through this oppressor-oppressed lens. And I do think you can make a connection between that and the idea that we've often talked about hold on, I think I have it in my notes here. Where is it?
Mm-hmm.
External and internal locus of control, right? So if you view yourself as an oppressed person in an oppressor dynamic through a Marxist lens, I think you're more likely to see yourself as having an external locus of control. Things outside of you are controlling you. You don't have any ability to change things in your life. And I do think from a psychological perspective, that's just a bad place to be. I mean,
Right.
you can even argue that if you are literally a slave or in a bad marriage or you are literally being controlled by a belligerent boss, having an internal locus of control will help you get out of that situation better if there is any opportunity to get out of that situation than just accepting it and being resigned to your fate.
Mm-hmm.
So when people are talking about cultural Marxism, this is what they're talking about. Is it good to look at everything through this lens? Is that a good thing for society? Is that a good thing for you as an individual? Is that a good thing? Should we be doing that? And like Ben will get on a podcast with his buddies and they'll just talk for 2 hours about how, calling it Marxism is wrong. And it's completely like a word conversation. And I want to know, like, well, what's your take on the psychology of this thing?
Right.
Right? I mean, I understand that you're a fan of Marxism. And if people are doing this redefinition thing of this terrible thing, just to use Marxism in the same way someone would use white supremacy or race or redefine racism, to use the power of that word going, nobody likes Marxism, so let's just call it cultural Marxism. It doesn't mean that they're not talking about something that actually exists that I've never really heard you give a take on.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is what I want to hone in on. Because, like, okay, if you don't want to call it cultural Marxism, fine. But it's a thing that you can sense, everyone can sense, and we need a name to describe what this thing is. And, it's kind of been, relegated to wokeness right now.
Wokeness because cultural Marxism kind of got taken over.
Right.
But, if the people, look, this is a problem with whiteness or white privilege or any of those terms. Like, I don't object to the concepts that they want to talk about. Like, dialogue always will always say, look, we need to talk about these systems. Knock yourself out. Just don't embed some sort of racist stereotype in talking about the system, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. The most dope for $2 says the stronger argument against male circumcision isn't harm. I think to me, it would be the argument that it's unethical to permanently modify someone's body like that without any thought of their consent, like piercings or a tattoo forced on you. Yeah, so I think I agree. I think that would be the stronger argument other than harm, though that argument itself cannot be fully detached from harm, because whether the modification causes harm or not would be an important part of the conversation. This is why, my argument for the female genital mutilation is that it's a permanent modification that causes significant harm to an individual. And I'm not even sure, and this kind of comes into our trans conversation, I don't think if you are doing something that does cause significant harm to yourself, I'm not even sure that consent is the end all be all for the thing. That's why I think that even people who are over 18 do need a medical diagnosis of gender dysphoria to be able to transition. I don't agree. I think Adam's position is, but I don't agree with it that just because you're over 18 means you get to do whatever you want to your body because you consent to it. I don't agree with that. So to me, harm always does play into the calculation here. But sort of like a hypothetical to kind of use the bodily consent argument. The way that I look at it is kind of going back again, you have to weigh the pros and the cons here. If there was some Christian sect in our society that made up 2% of the population of America, and part of their religion was that they had to, tattoo a cross on, their baby's arm or something, when they were 7 days old. And they just had to do this. And if you outlawed it, they would like literally not be able to live in your country, essentially. 2% of the population would have to move out of your country. And doing this tattooing of the baby, giving them a cross on their arm, didn't really cause any actual harm. I think you just have to say, okay, you just have to allow it, essentially, at that point. That's my position. Yeah, let them do it. That's their religion. And we live in a country that has religious freedom. So it's not really causing harm to the child. So suck it up. I mean, do you disagree, Adam? Did Adam leave?
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah.
Okay.
Look, obviously it's a complicated topic that I think is best left up to the individual.
Well, people are making arguments that it shouldn't be left up to the individual. That's
because
the
of
point.
Because of the consent argument, but
right? Because they're saying
look,
the individual or the parents are really making a decision for.
But the parent makes all kinds of decisions for the child until they're 18. Obviously,
of course.
Look,
right.
if the parent wants to put the child on an all ice cream diet, are we going to step in and?
Well, and here's like a weird thing too. If you want to talk about like permanent modification to a child, you understand that you're only making that argument. You're only making that argument in terms of circumcision if you're an atheist. If you're not an atheist, how is a Christian having their child be baptized, which has some permanent effect on like their soul? How is that not in the same area? If you believe in that.
Oh yeah.
Is it not? You're basically deciding for your child, what religion they're going to be and putting them in some sort of religious pact with a deity that they don't have a choice to make.
Richard Dawkins told me that was child abuse.
Well, I'm just saying, so if you're going to make this argument that you can't permanently affect your children in this way, and it only applies to circumcision, I mean, I guess you can make that argument if you're an atheist. If you're not an atheist and you think it's okay for people to baptize their child, I don't see how you could make that argument consistently. But, you gotta let people, you live in a free society, people are going to do things that bother you. You're going to have to let them do it.
Yeah.
Mason Joy for $5 says, can I be an S-class sergeant major? I follow Sitch with the dedication and pride the scouts followed Irvin Smith with. I'll think about it, Mason. Listen, you're going to start as a private, okay? You got to start somewhere, Mason. So you're going to start, you're still private Mason, but we'll see. We'll see how often I see you around, okay? How much of an impact you make on the S-class commander here. Stand out. Make yourself known. That's how you advance in the ranks.
I want to bring up something more on the circumcision thing, just because I
send Adam a picture of your dick.
No,
that's a good way to advance it. Is it circumcised?
Get out of here, you punk. Just because I didn't grow up with social media, and growing up with social media is such a different environment. A lot of people, I think their gut intuition is that it's worse. I don't know that I agree with that. I think everybody, whenever there's some crazy new technology, everyone's gut intuition is that it's worse and the next generation is going to be awful for it. They literally had this feeling with like written books, like music, recorded music. People were worried about was going to destroy the next generation. So I think it might be like that. It might just not. We might be thinking it's terrible. But I do, in this one case, I wonder if people, they're young, they ever encounter a topic, they get some sort of confirmation bias. So like the first encounter you've had with this circumcision topic is you saw somebody saying it was bad that was a friend, you saw a video that made a very convincing argument, and you're just locked in because you immediately went to social media and started talking about how circumcision is terrible, it's evil, and we need to get rid of it. And you're all the time that you're saying that and telling people that and writing that stuff out, you're kind of rewiring your brain not to see any arguments against you. And I mean, you can read the book Influence by Cialdini, and he lays out how as soon as, I mean, this was basically how they got captured American soldiers in Korea to denounce their American citizenship and basically turn on America through this sort of confirmation bias, writing out their personal opinions, telling stories about those personal opinions, giving testimony about those personal opinions. You really are rewiring your brain. Do you think that could be
Definitely.
playing a role?
Yeah, I agree with you completely.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Because I thought I believed a bunch of really weird shit that I encountered when I was a kid. And then, I would encounter arguments against it, but I hadn't already gone to social media and made a bunch of declarations and came out as like an anti-circumcision person. So it was
Right.
easy for me to walk it back. It was like, oh, well, that was dumb for me to believe that.
Mm,
Yeah.
interesting. Yeah, I think that plays in with almost all internet arguments nowadays. So,
Confirmation bias that is a huge, giant issue.
yeah.
Yeah.
But that being said, I don't think I'm going to talk about circumcision anymore because it's just such a topic I just am so not interested in talking about. And I feel like I've said whatever I've made my opinions known. If you disagree with it, fine. I don't care. I'm probably not going to talk about it ever again. So if you want to send super chats asking more questions about circumcision, then as your own warning, there's a good chance I'm not going to read them because I don't care.
Really?
Yeah, I'm tired of talking about. I've said all I could say on the topic. I feel like
I
there's
mean,
nothing
if
else to
it's
say
like
on it.
$100 super chat, we got to read it. I mean, that's just
I will
like...
read $100 super chat on circumcision. Okay.
All
And I'll give you a
right.
one word. I'll give you a one word response. I'll either say agree or disagree. There you go.
Look, Sitch is putting his foot down.
No, it's tiring because, and this isn't just for circumcision. This happens a lot of times. You have some take on something, and people disagree, and you just keep cycling again and looping again and again, and it's just like,
Yeah, because you can't be friends again until they agree with you.
it's like, okay, I don't know how. There's nothing else really to say on the topic. That cringe for $10. Thank you. Says they killed Krieg off for no reason when he was designed for two reasons: to show how dangerous the Grand Line is, and to show Luffy's resolve to pursue that dream, which also pushes Sanji for his dream. Yeah. So Krieg, I actually had to look it up because I didn't know who he was. He's the character in the live action, or he's portrayed in the live action show as the guy who Mihawk like kicks his ass. He's the guy that has like the cannon that pops out of his back and he shoots at Mihawk.
I've only seen 2.5 episodes, so I don't remember
Dracul.
this.
You probably haven't seen the episode with Dracul yet.
Okay. I did
okay.
see some, I think, memes of it online, and I was like, oh, God, I got to watch more of this. This looks cool.
You did. You saw the scene where the guy with the giant sword and like the goofy mustache
Yeah.
is like killing like people left and right. Yeah. And then there's the guy who's like the captain, and he has a little cannon pops out of his back and he shoots it at him, and he just cuts it in half and presumably kills him. But I will say though, you don't actually see him get killed. You hear him yell off screen.
Uh-oh.
So we don't actually know whether he's dead or not. We're just presuming he's dead.
That's a classic troll.
I'm just saying it's a classic trick that they throw in these shows. It's funny, I didn't know anything about this character. I didn't know he was some bigger character in the comic. But I agree with you, and this is kind of where it's funny. I'll watch something and I go, I like this, and then I'll read the source material. I'm like, oh, I don't like the adaptation anymore, because there's always some character, some event, or some scenario that I thought was really cool or really good in the comic or the source material, and then in the show or the movie, they end up making it stupid, or they cut it out, or they drastically trim it down just for timing's sake or whatever, and then it annoys me. So I'm sure there's plenty of that.
I mean, they may try to shoot it and it just doesn't work out, depending upon how difficult the endeavor is.
Sure, but I'm saying, like, I was kind of looking through the Wikipedia, and like this character is much more in the show. It's literally, he is a literal throwaway character just to show that Dracul is a badass. That is the only point of him existing in the show. Where in the comic, he definitely seems to like be in the round much longer and be a much more in-depth character. And maybe you could say, and this would be a fair complaint to say, that they could have just had it not be Krieg in the show. It should have just been some random character created just for the show that doesn't actually exist in the comic that they want to throw away. So, or we'll see. Maybe he'll come back. Who knows? Who knows? That cringe for $5 says, I completely understand about the anime. I've said the best way to enjoy One Piece is through the manga. The anime has lots of filler, not in the manga. Yeah, I think I might, even though the manga is like super long, I might read the manga from where I might start reading the manga. Excuse me. I might start reading the manga from where the live action show ends, which I believe when I looked it up on Google, it was like around chapter 95 or something. So, I mean, this is a comic that's been going on for 20 years, Adam.
That's cool.
And I think the chapters are in the thousands.
I might get a One Piece t-shirt.
Right. Oh, really? And yeah, One Piece graphic tee.
I might get a One Piece t-shirt. Yeah, I don't know.
Right.
I mean, I said I would get the manga, but I didn't realize it was like 600 chapters.
Over 1,000 chapters.
I was thinking it was like one book or something.
No. This has been going on for 20 years. Okay.
Ugh.
I think it's one of the longest running, if not the longest running, animes or mangas.
Is that why it's popular?
I mean,
do you have any desire to invite Doomer on to talk about circumcision?
No. I just said I don't want to talk about it anymore. Why would I ever want to talk to fucking Doomer about it? Of all the people in the world to talk about it, I want to talk to Doomer about it.
I was just joking.
Okay. Whatever Doomer's take is on it, I'm assuming it's the wrong one. Okay.
He hasn't given a take on it. He did give a take on CRT.
Yeah, CRT take is stupid.
Right.
So. But anyway. That's it. Anything else? Hello? What happened? Are you there? Adam? I think Adam exploded. Zoke for $2 says, do it, Sitch, do the voice cell. Yeah, there's I saw this on Twitter. This is gonna make me feel really bad. So
oh no.
What happened?
Did you do it?
I didn't do it.
Oh, okay.
So Weekend Warrior posted there's this thing.
I know, I saw it going around. I
called voice cell, and it's supposed to measure like how deep your voice is.
Yeah.
And it's funny because his is like literally like in the worst category. And I'm pretty sure mine's probably going to be in the worst category too. So I replied saying, do I dare do this? Do you want me to do it live on stream? I can.
Sure. I mean, how does it work?
I just hit a button to begin the test, and then I read something, and then it gives me a score.
Okay.
Ready?
Are you? Yeah. Here. Are you going to share your screen or something?
No, you don't need to see the. I mean, I'll just tell you what the score is. But
yeah, but
I'll give you a link so you can do it yourself.
No, I want this. Look, I want to see it. I want to make sure.
There's nothing to see.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to read this. This is a test sentence, and then it's going to give me a score. Oh, I got to tell it to allow.
Oh, make sure you read it right.
I am currently testing my voice. My favorite color is blue. The sky is sunny. My voice is loud and clear. I am using a proper mic. My environment is quiet. Wait, it says not enough signal. Try again. Oh, okay, hold on. Try it again. I am currently testing my voice. My favorite color is blue. The sky is sunny. My voice is loud and clear. I am using a proper mic. My environment is quiet. That's not working for me.
Good. You escaped.
Let me try it one more time. I'm currently testing my voice. My favorite color is blue. The sky is sunny. My voice is loud and clear. I'm using a proper mic. My environment is quiet. It's still not working. I don't know. I'll have to futz around with this. It's still not working for me. I don't know why. You do it. Tell me if it works for you.
No, I'm not going to do it. Look,
Why? You're definitely probably in like the Chad voice range.
Look, I don't need some computer program to tell me that. I already know.
Okay.
They have these.
I want to see your score, Adam. What's the problem?
They have these programs that get you to say some lines, and then they turn your voice into like an AI voice and steal your voice.
Wow, is that what you think's going to happen? And
when you click the terms and conditions, you agree to it. So I wouldn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
I was seeing all these people being shared around, and I was thinking, this is exactly what they're doing, stealing people's voices.
Okay, you could be right.
Look, I'll bring up a video. There was a video I saw on YouTube where a guy was telling us he's a voice actor, and he said they were putting ads on different websites for voice acting jobs, and they were giving this thing to read that basically was the audition, but really was stealing your voice for AI voices.
Wow, that's pretty crazy.
So he was like, warning the community, don't fall for this.
Interesting.
I guess I should have told you this before you did it like 3 times, right?
Yeah, I get you should have warned me. Adam is just let my voice be used for nefarious purposes.
Well, it might not be that. Hopefully it's not, but
oh my God. They're gonna be using my voice to prank to scam old ladies out of money. They're gonna say, this is your grandson speaking. I need you to wire me $1,000 so I can pay my bail.
Right.
Terrible.
And as soon as your grandma does, they're like, look, we have the terms and conditions saying we were allowed to deceive her.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm going to say that the hertz frequency of my voice must be so high that the program couldn't register it. So, because I couldn't get it to work properly. But so, Stephen R. for $5 says, have you heard from Brianna Wu on her thoughts about Sam Cedar post her interview with him and the conversation with Jesse? Yeah, so I mean, we'll talk about that. I guess we're not going to watch the whole Tim conversation with Brianna because it's like 3 hours, but there are excerpts, and in it she keeps giving praise to Sam, which is kind of wild, because I think Sam is like awful, especially on his show. So
yeah. Well, I mean, Tim kept saying that Sam Cedar was awful, and she was kind of defending Sam Cedar.
So, well, it's not just defending him. She's saying like he's the best show or something. Like that's like her favorite show.
Right.
Which is like, oh, okay. I don't care. All right. So.
Yeah. I mean, but she couldn't really say, look, my friend Anna is super based and informed, because Tim was specifically saying Sam Cedar is full of crap.
Sure, but you can say something like, well, I disagree with you. That doesn't mean it's your favorite show, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, she did basically say, Majority Report is the most informative show. Right. I was like, what? Everyone was laughing out loud as soon as that happened.
Yeah, and I would be curious, to ask her, like, did you see that column with Jesse? I mean, I assume she would agree that was like really insipid from Sam's perspective. I mean, on Sam's part and Emma's part. So,
yeah.
But yeah, I mean, just a preview, I guess. I think Brianna did very awful in the conversation with Tim, even with the parts where I kind of violently disagreed with Tim's positions. I thought she did really poor in the conversation. So, but I guess we'll talk about that when we talk about it. Fondue for $5 says, it's my biggest peeve how long these shonen shows are. 12-episode anime originals, movies, and OVs all the way. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I agree to some extent. It gets kind of annoying when the thing's too long, but then if you like it, you like it. I really like Hunter x Hunter, so I'm kind of glad Hunter x Hunter is super long. Um, and as long as it continues to be interesting, obviously you can get to the point where it just gets repetitive and boring and blah, 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 blah. As long as it stays good, which is very difficult. I think Hunter x Hunter is one of the rare exceptions where I do kind of like it the whole way through, and I think it does maintain quality the whole way through. And I'm sad that it will probably never be finished. So
I mean, why don't you cry about it?
I will cry about it.
Sounds sad.
Dwight Baldwin for Tower says, I think my super chat got skipped. Oh, you're right. I'm so sorry. I did miss your super chat. How did that happen? Where is it? Dwight Baldwin for $15 now says, have you heard of the YouTube channel What If Alt History? You should have him on. Yeah, we have. And we kind of talked about him in the past. And yeah, we can talk to him at some point. I like a lot of his videos, so I think his YouTube channel is very interesting. He had that dust up. I think we briefly covered his dust up with Vosh some months ago, right?
We did, yeah.
Yeah, so
I think he reached out to you to come on, but you kind of missed the email.
that happened? That might have happened. That sounds like something that could have happened.
Yeah.
So, but yeah. So yeah, maybe we'll reach out to him because I do think he makes interesting content.
Yeah, I do too.
Mm-hmm. Solid for $2 says Charles the Third 24. There you go. Is this Charles the Third's first year officially as king? I guess it is, right?
Maybe.
There you go. Charles the Third.
Oh, after the queen died, he's king now?
Yeah.
Sweet.
There you go.
That's got to be a good job, right?
How old is Charles III?
What kind of job security did you have as King of England?
I think you have pretty good job security, right? I mean, you're king.
Yeah. Are we going to cover the Trump Meghan Markle debate?
The what?
The Trump. If Trump debates Meghan Markle, are we going to cover it?
Why is Trump going to debate Meghan Markle?
Supposedly there's somebody offered to have him debate Meghan Markle.
This real? I've never heard of this. Yeah.
Meghan Markle and Prince Harry, they're the ones that are like the...
I know who they are, yeah.
Yeah. They're like the...
We want our privacy! There's a very good South Park episode about it.
Yes. And somebody... Look, I'm surprised you didn't hear this. Trump was on some show, some talk show, and the guy asked if Trump would debate Meghan Markle. And Trump said, sure, set it up. We'll have a debate.
I mean, why would you even ask him that? What was the context of the conversation?
Because he was saying like this would get a lot of views. Look, it's the kind of thing that I'm always pitching you. I'm always saying, look, Sitch.
Right.
Here's what people want to see.
Yeah.
Sure. And you're always like, nobody wants to see that. And I'm like, yes, they do.
Yeah. And then and I'm like, what is it that they want to see, Adam? He's like, MMT. And I'm like, no, stop.
Right.
I mean, I think it would be hilarious to watch Trump and Meghan Markle debate. I think Trump would be kind of an idiot to do that debate. Trump can't say he's not going to do the official Republican debate and then do some kind of sideshow debate with Meghan fucking Markle. Like that doesn't track.
DeSantis is debating Gavin Newsom. Why not? Like everyone's discovered. They're like, people don't want me to debate all these losers. People want to see me debate someone big.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. So they said they were going to debate, but I don't know. Is that ever going to actually happen?
Maybe. I mean, you got the internet in front of you. You could take a look.
Gavin Newsom says debate with Ron DeSantis hit a snag over venue issues.
Okay, so
Gavin Newsom said the plans are still in the works for debate with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, but he told Meet the Press moderator Chuck Todd that arrangements have hit a snag over venue issues. They want thousands of people and make it a performance. I wasn't interested in that. We were pretty clear, and so I think we're getting closer. Why do you care? Who cares? Okay. Well, so okay, so it still looks like they're still trying to work towards it. So we'll see. But the difference is that DeSantis was in the Republican primary. I don't think Trump can say, I'm not going to actually have a real debate. I mean, I guess a lot of Trump fans won't really care, no matter what Trump does, so it doesn't matter. But I think it looks bad if Trump is like, I'm not going to debate. I think
I'm not going to debate.
I'm not going to debate like the actual Republican challengers, but I'm going to debate Meghan Markle. Like that looks stupid.
Well, we're going to cover it though.
He's not going to. It was just saying it because someone asked him a stupid question, and he's going to be like, I mean, I guess, he doesn't want to look like a pussy, so he's going to say, sure. They're not going to actually have a debate.
Look, I can dream.
Okay, you can dream. I'll let you dream. I won't try to ruin your dreams. So Charles III is 74 years old.
Not
kind
bad.
of old to become king, right? Like you're 74. It's like, oh, look, you're finally king. It only took you to be 74 years old.
His mom wouldn't kick the bucket.
I know. Jeez, mom. Like, what's up?
She needs to get out of there.
Would you rather be the king or the crown prince?
Good question.
Like if you're crown, okay, because I feel like if you're crown prince, you can get away with a lot of shit that maybe you can't get away with when you're king.
Oh, good point. The crown prince.
Yeah.
Too much responsibility as king.
And I don't even know like what kind of I mean, I'm assuming with the Brits, the Proto-Americans, it's mostly ceremonial. So I don't even know. It's not like I don't know what kind of real power he gets for being
Yeah,
king
that's
anyway.
why you got to go for the king. Because you can be a king and there's not too much responsibility anyway. So
sure.
You're good to go.
Oh, there you go. Religion of Peace for $2 says, are 15-minute cities based or dystopian? I don't really have a big focus on 15-minute cities. Do you have a big focus on that? I've really thought a lot about it.
Look, if it's a city where everything is within 15 minutes of you, I think that is totally based.
It's supposed to be that not everything, every like necessity can be within 15 minutes of
Movies,
a person, of
video
a walk,
games,
really, of a walk. So
yeah, no, I think that's awesome. How would that be dystopian?
I think it's awesome. I don't know if it's feasible, but I think it's awesome. I know, and I've heard this, that in America, we have a lot of like the concept in America where we have like a lot of zoning, where we have a bunch of suburbs that are all like houses and they're all very separated from businesses. And apparently this doesn't exist in a lot of European countries where things are kind of mixed together. And I don't know, I'd have to live in one of those environments long-term to really have a strong opinion. But I mean, it sounds based to me. It'd be nice if everything is in a 15-minute walk from you. That'd be pretty cool.
So I mean, I lived in cities like that.
Right.
And it's amazing.
Well, there you go. So based. It could be a based concept, but it might be dystopian to like force it.
No, you should force it.
Okay. There you go. There you go.
Things are only based if they're forced upon you.
Of course. Well, anyways.
All right, cool. I guess we'll leave it there. And I guess we're going to stream tomorrow too. Same time.
Arithmetic for $2 says, I now understand why the comic is taking so long. Adam thinks a manga running for 20 years would be only one book. Wow. Shots fired. Bam.
Well, I mean, it is true.
True.
All right.
But yeah, we're going to be streaming tomorrow. I don't know if we're going to do Chris Matthews, Brianna Greyjoy, or Tim Pool. We'll do one of those three things probably. So
we'll decide later.
Same Kablam time, same Kablam place. We'll be at 4. So anyways.
Bye-bye.
No, what are you doing?
Oh.
It's Tuesday.
Yeah.
So anyways.
What? You want harmonica? Harmonica's on the Sunday show, man. Look. The special Sunday show.
All right, that's fine. Listen, if you don't want harmonica, that's just a blow to A-Team. I don't, there's no skin off my nose. Anyways,
Look,
thank
everyone
you
in the
all for
chat.
coming.
It looks like everyone in the chat wants harmonica.
I know. See, you can't.
Oh no,
do
wait,
this.
it's only Vinny.
Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you, Ben Burgis, for coming on and talking to us. Thank you, Adam, for taking your harmonica and throwing it in the trash can, much to the dismay of everyone listening. And thank you. You have made it to the end of the stream. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true enlightened individuals. And we'll see you all tomorrow.
Yes. Bye-bye.
Bye.